That's right. And here we go, baby. No. Jesus Christ.
Put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something-yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
Oh, yeah. I hope people out there can hear us. This is take two.
Yeah, I think that applause was for Steve Zimmerman.
That's right. He did a great job last week, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I want to shout him out and say that I hope that his son is going to be okay. And like I told you before we went on, you had the sort of oh fuck moment when his internet went down, and what do? You're live. So right. You were able to navigate the waters and stay afloat, and you got him back on. I thought you guys did well. I listened to it a few days later, but a lot of people from the previous regime were always calling Zimmerman an asshole. I think he's a well-spoken gentleman.
Oh, he is. And by the way, I think I was one of those guys that called him an asshole.
I thought at first it was like a gimmick, you know, like just like, he's the asshole, but it was like with a special affinity, but he says it wasn't. So
no, we had a misunderstanding, and and I used to do 100 proof. I used to have a couple of drinks while I'm doing it. I have a couple of drinks when I do Dan and Aldo. And so after doing a 5-hour show, a couple usually turns out to be 3 or 4. And so when he called me up making a request, it really pissed me off. And so we had a break in our relationship, but we've let bygones be bygones, and Zim is a great guy, and I wish him so well with his girlfriend and having a child and all that stuff. So that's great.
He's already put forth the proposition that the Bears could sign Mark Ingram, who apparently is going to be released from the Baltimore Ravens, a former New Orleans Saints running back.
You'd like that because you like those power backs.
If he's got anything left.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how could you not like an Earl Campbell type, a Walter Payton type? Guy's just going to run your ass over. We haven't had one of those since Walter, right?
Well, let's see.
Jordan Howard a little bit.
Yeah, Brad Muster was supposed to be that, but he never really.
He was more finesse.
Yeah, he really was for a big
Muster
guy.
would have been great if he'd have gone to like San Francisco.
Yeah, he'd be great at his prime. He would have been great with this current Bears team.
And like in this current, I would have liked to have had Tom Rathman.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bowling ball kind of guy, or even LeGarrette Blount when he was younger.
Yeah. Well, and you were a big advocate for Leonard Fournette. And I was
doing pretty well.
And I was just going to say that. And I was not. And now he's really delivering the goods for the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah. And so now we get the NFL. Roger Goodell is masturbating as much as I do at the idea of Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, and then potentially Aaron Rodgers and the Battle of the State Farm slogans against Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. I think that's what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Mahomes has got a head thing. You know, these concussions could be fickle, but you have to assume he's going to play.
Boy, he didn't look good after that hit. Boy, he really looked like he was out of it. And I saw a lot of people on Twitter saying there is no way they're going to hold him out on this big, important game. And it's a new day in the NFL. Now they've got this independent neurologist who checks you out. And if he says you're not going back in, you ain't going back in. I don't care what game it is. So I'm glad that they made the right decision. And hopefully he's feeling better and starts passing the protocol tests that are this week, and he plays on Sunday.
I hope they lose.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, how could you not want Buffalo? I'm rooting for.
Yeah.
The last time Buffalo was in an AFC Championship game, ironically, was against Kansas City, but that one was at Ridge Stadium back in January of '94 when the Chiefs were led by Joe Montana. And on that day, I wanted San Francisco to beat Dallas and Kansas City to beat Buffalo so we could have seen Montana versus the Niners in the Super Bowl. And at this point, I'll ask you a trivia question. Do you know the only quarterback to start for two different teams in the Super Bowl? That's what Tom Brady could do coming up soon.
Right.
Other than Peyton Manning, before Peyton Manning. So there's two of them, Peyton Manning being the other.
Yeah, Peyton Manning. And so would the other one be somebody like
he started Super Bowl V and he started Super Bowl 12 against his former team.
Earl Morrall? No,
that's incorrect.
That's incorrect. Who is it?
Craig Morton.
Craig Morton. Holy cow.
Craig Morton was the starting quarterback for the Cowboys against the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl V, and then he was the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos against the Cowboys in Super Bowl 12.
Holy cow, Craig Morton. And I told you my Craig Morton story. I was listening to the Bears and Cowboys play, and that was the famous game where Tom Landry had this outlandish idea of bringing in the play with the quarterback. So Roger Staubach would be out there, and the next play was brought in by Craig Morton. And then he'd come out, and because Roger Staubach would bring in the next play, he thought he came up with this innovative idea that was going to change football. It only lasted a game. Pretty stupid idea. Oh, man. All right. I want to talk about our Chicago Bears. What's going on, man? What the hell happened at that press conference?
This week on the montage, Adam Johns drops an F-bomb. So, which was fun. You've got strong reaction from OB.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, he was just beside himself, to use a cliche that Nagy and then we're going to be coming back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the only thing positive I can draw from it is that if George really thinks this is the best course, if he thinks that's the best case for the Bears to win next year, assuming that's true. Now, we could say, well, he's a fucking idiot, whatever, however you want to take it. But trying to be positive. He's not going anywhere, and we all can agree that he cares. He wants to win. Even if he doesn't know how to win, he wants to win. So assuming that this is what he believes is the best course, maybe it's good that he's not listening to all of us bums yelling for, I'll fire those fucks.
Yeah.
Maybe he's staying with his conviction. But I'm afraid if he's keeping them, which he obviously is, it's for the wrong reasons. Maybe finances, maybe like the COVID thing. There's all this combined. Or maybe, they stuck together when Mitch won the 3 games for them. Should have been 4 out of 5. Thanks to the Detroit just debacle. And now Mitchell's gone, which is something Dave Wannstedt was on fire. You'll hear him say in the montage, Wani says it's clear to him that, and I'm paraphrasing, that they're making Mitch and Pagano their scapegoats and that he would have cut Anthony Miller, which is pretty strong because Wani always kind of just wants to play the nice guy.
Yeah. He's toughened up.
He says they should have cut Anthony Miller the next day.
Would you welcome Dave Wannstedt back as your defensive coordinator of the 2021 Chicago Bears?
I liked Wani, but it's the same thing with people mentioning Lovey.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mike North said that about Lovey.
You did.
Well, my only disagreement with that is that I hated the cover 2. But even if the cover 2 was viable in stopping Aaron Rodgers, why would Dave Wannstedt or Lovey come back in a lesser role that they've already had as head coach?
Mm-hmm.
Has that ever happened before?
I don't think so. I don't.
Where somebody was the coach and then years later worked as a coordinator for the same organization. But no, I was going to say Gary Kubiak talked about doing that in Denver and then suddenly had a falling out. I don't know if it was with Elway, and then all of a sudden he's in Minnesota. A couple of years ago, going into the 19 season, he was supposed to be going back to Denver as their OC. And the reason that he wasn't coaching allegedly was because of health concerns. That's when he retired, because he won a Super Bowl as a head coach, and then he stepped away because of he remember that he collapsed on the field.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So I don't know if I don't think anyone's ego would allow them to come back. Like, I was the head coach here, but now I'm the coordinator. I don't see it.
Well, I could see it like somebody like a Wade Phillips, who's 73 years old.
Right, but Wade's never worked for the Bears, though.
Right. But yeah, but your question was, has it ever happened before? So I thought maybe
I meant with the same team.
Yeah,
I know plenty of times people like Adam Gase is rumored to be taking the OC job in Seattle after being a coach for the last 5-6 seasons between Miami and the Jets. So yeah, I'm not saying that they wouldn't take a coordinator job. I just don't think that they would with the same team where they were once the head coach.
Right, and that's what I was saying. I could see Wade Phillips going back to where was he last head coach?
Was he the head coach? Was he a head coach in Dallas?
Was he at Dallas?
I know he was in Denver years ago. I don't know if he ever got the head job in Dallas or not.
Jesus, he was. I just opened it up on.
He was at the Rams last as a coordinator.
Buffalo Bills. He was head coach for 2 years, 1998.
Oh yeah, he fucked up the Doug Flutie thing.
Yeah,
the Music City Miracle. And I should have remembered that in 1999. So they rest Doug Flutie in week 17, and Flutie's so over. If you can remember that, as a Bear fan, it's kind of hard to admit that, but they had Flutie flakes and everything, and it was like he's a cultural phenomenon.
That's right.
And he had led them to the playoffs in 98. Here they were again in 99, and they played Rob Johnson in week 17 against a miserable team, maybe the Colts, a team that. No, it would have been the Colts because they had Peyton Manning that year. It was against somebody that was shitty. And he had a good game. And then he's like, fuck it, we're playing Rob in the playoff game. And that ended up being the Music City Miracle with the Titans and that forward lateral, or maybe it wasn't a forward, it looked like a forward lateral to me. But
well, so I could see if Leslie Frazier leaves the Buffalo Bills, because I believe he's their current defensive coordinator, I could see Wade Phillips stepping in there and being the defensive coordinator. I don't think he'd have a problem with it. I don't think his ego would say, no way. That's a great chance for him to be on another Super Bowl team. So, hey, before we get to your montage, I want to ask you this question, and I'll ask anybody in the chat room too. Do you trust the McCaskies at this point? This question is kind of inspired by what you said earlier in the show. If they really believe in Pace and Nagy, you said, then you're for that decision of not making.
I'm not saying I'm for. I'm trying to make it as positive as I can.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to stop liking the Bears.
Right.
I'm not going to protest and not. If I'm not watching the games, there's a reason that there's something that I don't like is happening. Either suddenly I haven't paid my bills and I don't have a house, or I have gotten COVID and I'm in the hospital. Something terrible has happened to stop me from watching the game. So I'm not going anywhere. So I've got to root for the same thing I was saying for Nagy during the end of the season. I'm rooting for him. He's the coach. So I've got to root for George.
But do you trust him? Do you trust George?
No, not really. I know that he wants to win. So at least he does care. And that at least resonates with me. Do you think he reminds you of James Cromwell, the actor?
George McCaskey, James Cromwell? No fucking way.
I've been binge watching the old HBO show 6 Feet Under. And I just finished it off, and James Cromwell on there His character really reminds me of George McCaskey.
You're fucking nuts, man.
I'm telling you.
I'm looking for a picture of him right now.
He even sounds like him a little bit.
No way. Gonna put up a picture of James Cromwell so people know who we're talking about here. Hold on a second. James, what other movies has he been in? Babe, Pig in the City.
You watched Babe, Pig in the City? I didn't watch that.
Oh my gosh, it's a fucking classic.
No, I didn't watch Babe or Babe, Pig in the City.
Let me tell you something. Babe, Pig in the City. I got a picture of James Cromwell up. I can see why you feel that way about McCaskey, the gray hair and stuff, but other than that, I'm not seeing it. Wait a minute. Let me tell you this. Babe, Pig in the City is directed by George Miller, who did the Mad Max Road Warrior movies. So if you're into those movies, you're going to say, holy fuck, there's no way that guy who did those action movies did that movie with the pig. And it's because the guy is a fucking artist. He is incredible. He can make a movie about anything and make it really good. I big time endorse you watching Babe, Pig in the City. Anybody that likes movies, really, it's really good.
I have to comment on this quickly.
Okay.
I've never seen Babe or Babe, Pig in the City. Mm-hmm. When I was a kid, that Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner was on HBO all the time. Mm-hmm. Hated that movie. But years later, like maybe last year, maybe 2019, I had never seen Mad Max from 1979. And I was like, okay, everyone like jerks off about this. I'm going to give it I fucking hated it. It just went on without a plot. It felt, I didn't like it. And I hated Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. So I will probably hate Babe and Pig in the City as well.
No, I'm telling you, man. I am telling you, this is a fucking great movie. You've got to check it out. Now,
I would have never thought you endorsing Babe, Pig in the City.
I know, it's weird, right? I'm going to play some of the clips from their preview.
This made me think of a fucking shitty movie from the same time. Mm-hmm. That I don't know why. It's not the same, but it just resonated with me. That Powder, with the white albino kid that like,
yeah.
Oh my God, that was horrible.
That was horrible. I agree with you on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
But watch Babe, Pig in the City.
About the McCaskies, do we trust them?
Yeah, do you trust them?
No, but I root for them, and I think George wants the Bears to win, so that's at least something. A lot of teams have owners that don't give a shit except for turning a profit. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he's like that. I really don't. He really wants to win. And you'll hear him, I think it's in my piece. If I didn't put it in there, I heard him say, I think it was Mark Silverman that was asking him like, well, I mean, look what the Bears have done during Ted Phillips's reign. Do you think they've won enough with Ted Phillips? And he's like, I don't think they've won enough with George McCaskey.
Yeah.
So he put it on himself. And say what you want. I mean, even if you don't like the pressers, at least he's not a dick. And he acknowledges that people have real feelings and emotions about it. I like him.
I think everybody likes George McCaskey. Everyone that has met him at the parking lot at Soldier Field, at Bourbonnais, at games, who correspond with him via email because he reaches out to season ticket holders. All this, they love him. When I worked at WBBM TV here in Chicago, he was a writer. He spent the summer interning there as a news copywriter. He was testing that part of the business out, and everybody loved him in the newsroom. Just a kind-hearted, great guy.
Wow, so you knew George when he was probably 25 then.
No, he wasn't that young then. How old is George now?
I'm going to guess his mid-50s.
Oh, gosh, he's got to be older than that. No. Really? Let me see. McCaskey. Age.
60? I mean, he can't be that much older than 60, right?
George McCaskey is, give me an age here, Wikipedia. Jeez, you don't want to get, he doesn't have his age.
Does that have his birthday?
No, Wikipedia usually does. Ticket office director, chairman from 2011. This guy's worked his way up, huh? How old are you, man? I can't believe this. Let's see on Bears.com. Doesn't even list it there either.
You know, the one, not while you're looking for that, one of the weird things from those pressers was the fact that he and Ted, like, oh, we're not going to tell you how much longer they're under contract.
Oh,
That
gosh.
was bizarre.
There's something fishy going on there, don't you think?
Yeah, I never understood what he was trying to hide there. I mean, ironically, someone posted on Twitter that the Bears website, chicagobears.com, had the duration of their contracts listed there, at least for Nagy.
Mm-hmm.
And so why would they be like, oh, that's not relevant to this conversation? Why would you be evasive about that?
Well, my guess is that they have extended Pace's contract to meet Matt Nagy's contract, because Nagy has 2 years left, 2021 and 2022.
But they denied that, though.
Did they deny that at the press conference? I didn't get that impression.
They asked if anyone had received an extension, and he said no. He said negative. No
Right,
one's received an extension.
Okay, so Nagy signed a 5-year deal that expires at the end of the 2022 season. Pace's deal was extended a couple of years ago after the John Fox hiring. It was extended, and it is over after the 2021 season. So the speculation, because there's been internet rumors out there that they have extended it one more year so that it coincides with Nagy, but that's what they would neither confirm nor deny. And so that was a really awkward situation there. I can only guess is that they did extend it to match Nagy's contract so that they are joined at the hip, but they just didn't want to say it for some stupid reason.
No, that makes no sense. And if this is accurate, I don't know if this is really his Twitter, but at GHM1956, it's private. I sent him a friend request and it's pending, but it's supposedly George McCaskey's Twitter. And if that's accurate, he would have been born in 1956, so that would put him at turning 65 sometime this year.
Right. So then that means when I met him at Channel 2 here in Chicago, he was 28, 29, because he did look several years older than me. When I joined that TV station, I was 25. So he's 3-4 years older than me. So yeah, I met him in his late 20s.
That's cool that he literally worked his way up from the ground up, and he could have played the Chicago Bears card, you know?
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's a legitimate guy. He's a legitimate guy. What he's not is a good executive of an NFL team. When he said during that press conference that he consults with other team owners about major decisions, I'm like, what? First of all, if you do that, you don't admit it to this fan base, because idiots like me are going to say you're asking the opposition to give you advice on how to beat them. They're not going to give you good advice, which is kind of wrong. He's not asking X's and O's stories, but he's asking questions about who is a good, GM candidate out there, blah, blah, blah. And I just
but I'm
feel
sure they all do that to an extent.
Well,
it is kind of a frat, right?
Yeah.
The owners.
There is that committee. The NFL started a committee that Ernie Arcosi ran for a while. I don't think he does anymore.
George was praising him too, which made everybody scratch a little bit.
You ain't kidding. By the way, Mr. Mayhem, we're going to talk about Deshaun Watson in a little while. We're going to play Dan's montage first. And for those of you who are just joining this show, Dan every week prepares some highlights of what the Chicago sports media and sometimes national media is saying about the Chicago Bears. Why don't you lead into that montage? We'll play that and then discuss all sorts of issues. What do you got?
Well, let me apologize once more for last week not doing this. I was just so downtrodden over the game. I just wasn't ready for it. So all of this is going to basically start out on WGN when the rumor had come out that Chuck Pagano was gone, but Nagy and Pace were going to be brought back. But we hadn't had the press conference yet. So I start there, and it's going to run through basically the time frame that they've already been announced that they're brought back. And I've got some George on the score. I've got some George on ESPN Chicago. Got some Hogan Johns. I've got some Wani. I've got Rex Ryan talking shit about Nagy. It's fun. I think we'll like it. I think you'll like it.
And I believe you begin with Mark Carmen. What station does Mark work at?
They're WGN. That's Hamp OB, Cos, and Mark Carmen is the host.
Gotcha. Okay. Good old Mark Carmen leads things off. Let's go to Dan's media takes, and it starts right now.
Chuck Pagano, for one, the Bears defensive coordinator, is retiring. But the bigger news from now multiple sources, but Brad Biggs of the Trib had it first. The Bears will retain general manager Ryan Pace and head coach Matt Nagy into 2021. Now, I don't think any of that is surprising, Hamp, but it doesn't exactly feel great to hear all at the same time.
No, it doesn't. And, sadly, folks, in a year of amazing up and downs, in a game that was doable, a game that we were not only in it, but with any conviction from the head coach, from the offensive coordinator, from our so-called quarterback, it was a doable game, a game that we could have stolen. Not only did this season come to a miserable end, but hopefully, and we all thought maybe it was going to be a clean break where we were going to see some major changes made, where we didn't have to see Anthony Miller and his asinine antics. Hey, we don't need it. We don't want it. We don't want to watch it ever again. Javon Wims, we don't need it. We don't want it. We don't want to watch it ever again. Eddie Jackson missing tackles, going through the entire season without an interception. We don't need it. We don't want to see it again. We don't want to watch it ever again.
Well, Dan, I don't know what's happening to the Bears organization. I don't. I'm clueless. And I'll tell you who else is clueless. Matt Nagy. We go down. We back into the playoffs by a miracle. We back in. We go down. We have nothing to lose. And what does he do in our passing game? He dinks and dunks for 4 quarters. For 4 quarters. There's so much that was bad about that game. Folks, you're going to hear it here all night long. How the hell is it that you don't stretch the field? You don't have crossing in patterns. You don't have post patterns, deep posts, skinny posts, hitch and goes. Why don't you open up the field? The damn announcers were saying the same thing while the game was going on. Now we're going to hear that Chuck Pagano and Danny, I tell you, my first thought is he wants the hell out of here. They're going to make me the scapegoat when we can't convert a third down. And by the way, folks, again, going back to this game, and you're going to hear about a lot tonight. You know when we finally converted a third down conversion? Under 2 minutes to go.
Do you have any regrets either in what you said or decisions you made given the reaction to the press conference yesterday, which was, and I'll use our word, it was a tepid reaction?
Yeah, that's Danny, that's one of Mark's and my favorite words. Yeah, I would say maybe a little warmer than tepid. And we understand that. We understand that no matter what we said, we weren't going to please everybody. If we had taken a back up the truck approach, there would be some people, I'm sure, who would say, well, you didn't give them an adequate opportunity, or maybe you should have kept this guy instead of this guy. So we knew that it wasn't going to be a universally popular decision by any means. The way we do it is the president and CEO and the chairman make those determinations in consultation with ownership and the board of directors.
Would you ever consider a president of football operations, or at least even a consultant who has a football background, to help you with that, as opposed to the buck stopping with you and Ted, who are not quote unquote football people?
Well, as far as the consultant, I mean, we had that, which resulted in the hiring of Ryan Corsi. The guy's got Hall of Fame credentials, been successful with 2 teams, and did a great job, first of all, establishing credibility for us in the interview room, and secondly, guiding us through the process and helping with the selection. I've heard a lot about, you need a quote unquote football guy, a czar, a president of football operations, whatever. In our structure, the football guy is the general manager. And even if you had a president of football operations, that person at some point would have to be reporting to what you described, Danny, as a non-football person. So to me, it's not so much the structure as it is the people. We think we've got the right people. We understand not everybody agrees with that, but we think we do.
It sounds like, and I could be wrong on this, it sounds like my man Chucky Pagano and Mitch Trubisky are going to be the two fall guys in this whole thing. That's what it sounds like. I don't know what's going to happen there. I know what happened with Chuck, but I don't know what's going to happen with Mitch.
So you think Chuck Pagano was a fall guy?
Well, I just don't like the whole thing that he's not there to defend himself. And there's going to be fans out there. I don't think that's coming from inside the organization, but I think there might be a perception out there, that he got forced out or something. That defense, the window of opportunity for that defense to go to the Super Bowl and perform like a Super Bowl defense, that window is closing because of contracts being up and age. And so I think that's probably another factor that George is looking at and saying, if we can keep this thing intact and do something on offense, at least we got the defense here. Where if you bring in a new GM, okay, he's going to have his own coach. They're going to bring in a different philosophy. All of a sudden, this player doesn't fit in this scheme. You're making transition. This player doesn't like the coach. There's a conflict of personalities. Right now, everybody's, it sounds like the players are all on board. They like Matt Nagy and respect him. So I could see how sitting back saying, you know what, let's see if this might give us the best chance to win next year without totally blowing everything up. Matt needs to kind of put his foot down a little bit. He can't be burdening this whole thing himself. He's such a good guy. Is Miller still on the team? The receiver, the guy that slugged him, he's still on the team. I mean, if I got a meeting and I talk about that this can't happen, see what happened to our player. We cannot afford a penalty. It's going to hurt the team. And a player goes out and does that, you got to cut him the next day. I mean, you got to get rid of this guy. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of urgency and fear amongst these players too. I mean, if there's not, and Matt thinks he's going to burden it all, then it won't happen. It won't happen.
I think what they're going to do is move on from Mitchell Trubisky, but I'm with Dan. Like, I've never been a big fan of this Nagy guy. And quite honestly, it's because of the way he handled the Trubisky thing. Mm-hmm. He put everything on him. I mean, he's the guy they blame everything on. Well, why don't you look at yourself first, man? I mean, dude, you scored 3 points in this game. I mean, I know it's 9, but no, it was 3 points.
Right.
And quite honestly, you're an offensive guru. That's why you came here. And those stats that Himbo just put up and Dan talked about, that's not acceptable. And hey, you've gone to the playoffs. 2 out of the last 3 years. Congratulations. That's because the NFC is a hell of a lot weaker than the AFC. But when I look at this, your guy at Northwestern, Chicago kid, that fits better because this guy that plays in Chicago. This guy, I mean, I don't like him. I don't like the way he doesn't take every damn bullet for him. That's your job as a head coach. You don't make your quarterback take every bullet. You take the dang bullets, and that's what I don't respect about this guy.
When you talk about wins and losses, that's obviously how Matt and Ryan will ultimately be judged. But I am wondering if Ted Phillips is in the room with that type of decision-making power or influence, however you want to put it, and you've made the playoffs 6 times in his 22 years as team president, how is he judged and evaluated?
Every employee is judged in that context at the end of the season. And the way I look at it is considering their entire body of work, should the employment relationship continue. Its performance is reviewed by the chairman and ownership and the board of directors. And Ted has done an outstanding job for us. Getting us through this pandemic is just another example of it. He's accessible. He communicates well. He has great organizational skills. He requires much of people, but they know that they can also come to him if they have a problem too. Our family has the utmost faith in him and very grateful for the job that he's done in his time with the Bears. The decision to hire or fire the general manager and the head coach is made by the president and CEO and chairman in consultation with ownership and the board of directors.
And that's just why and that's why I'm frustrated. Someone who's held that position for 21 years, Ted's been in those interviews, hiring and firing guys for 21 years. For 21 years, you said winning is the ultimate characteristic you're looking for. Don't you believe that you haven't won enough under the leadership of Ted Phillips?
I think we haven't won enough under the leadership of George McCaskey, and that's what we're working on to get better.
As far as finding the quarterback, George, the list that Ryan Pace has acquired, it's Brian Hoyer, Matt Barkley, Mitch Trubisky, Mark Sanchez, Mike Lennon, Chase Daniel, Tyler Bray, and Nick Foles. When I read you those names, why do you believe Ryan Pace is going to fit your forever quarterback?
Hold on a second. You were breaking up there a little bit, Mark, but I think you said with that lineup of names of quarterback.
Right. I said, why do you believe Ryan Pace is going to get this right?
Well, we think he's grown in the job. Yes, there have been mistakes along the way, but everybody makes mistakes. If I could offer, by way of analogy, your broadcast partner, Tom Waddle, when he got into the profession he's in now, I think he would be the first to tell you he struggled, but he got better.
Still am.
And the people that brought him on had faith in him and stuck with him. And now the guy's a pro's pro. I don't know if he's still flying out to the coast on a regular basis, but he's got exposure on various platforms. And the guy's an absolute stud. And part of the reason for that is his ability. Part of the reason for that is his work ethic. And a small part of that is that the people that brought him in stuck with him.
I was just thinking about, we've covered a lot of, use the word unique news conferences, press conferences, the Bears since we started covering this team. Have we not? Like since 2012? Yeah. I'm just thinking about it. Like the whole Mark Trestman era, the Jay Cutler benching day to the Brandon Marshall like handing out papers day or when he's throwing ties and T-shirts to people to the Phil Emery farewell. It's just to the Virginia McCaskey, my mom's pissed off press conference. Like, what is to Wednesday? Like, oh my gosh! Like, I'm not gonna swear, guys. I'm not gonna swear. But
do it.
What the fuck is happening? I was just thinking about that. Like, since 2012, some of the most. I think unique is a safe word here, but
this was the worst one out of all those.
Just like it's just been so many bizarre things. You know what I'm talking about, right, Kev?
But Adam, you know what though, George, delivering that line that year about how his mom was pissed off. That's what we're talking about.
At the end of the day, what happens? The Bears decide to retain this head coach.
That to me, Mark, I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
You want me to read it to you again?
They're keeping that fool, that absolute fool. He thinks coaching is, well, what we have to do going down to New Orleans, the main thing we have to do is trust each other. Trust each other?
Hey, Matt, do you think the Chicago Bears are on track to contend?
Matt, you said you're not where you want to be. Taking into account the whole season and what happened today, do you believe this team is on track to become a contender, or do you believe that major changes are necessary to get there?
No, I think, well, here's what I would say to that question is, making the playoffs is great, but what we did today has to be a lot better, and so how do we do that?
He says that
every year is always going to be a little bit different. That's just a simple fact. Matter of fact, Jason, I just told the guys in the locker room that for us to get better and to be the team that we need to be, that's something that we'll do here in the offseason is make sure that wherever there's a weakness, we make it a strength.
See, I love that one too. Like he does this. I would like call it amateur psychology. Wherever there's a weakness there, or whatever. High school coach. I don't know. If you sat there after the season, or hey Dan, hey 99.
It's out of control, is what it is.
Well, gentlemen,
there's no accountability. I mean, think about this.
None, gentlemen. Let me tell you something. Between Pace and Nagy, guys, you cannot fix stupid, and those are stupid people. Just look at what Pace has done with the monies involved and his drafts and his free agents. My God. And then take a look at Nagy. What the hell we've been playing? I mean, high school teams could beat the teams that we've been playing.
But here's the other part. You don't have a starting quarterback. Your best player on offense is unsigned and probably will hold you for ransom to come back, meaning Allen Robinson. You got an aging, almost incompetent defense because they couldn't stop anybody when we needed them to. But at the end of the day, where are the draft picks that you can say we are building with this? The only one comes close is Roquan Smith, and he didn't even play.
Mark, let me tell you something, Mark. This is how you're a horrible coach.
He was so impassioned.
That was good, man.
Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed it. I hope it's catharsis for you.
It really was good stuff, man.
Yeah,
there's a lot
know what to think.
There's a lot to unpack there. But before we go through some of that stuff, I want to address some of the things that are being posted in the chat room here. First of all, R. Bickham says, I heard Stephen A. Smith say that the reason the Bears haven't won a Super Bowl since 1985 is because we haven't had a superstar running back since Walter Payton. What do you guys think about this? Dan, you go first.
Well, Neil Anderson was a good player. I mean, he was a really good player, but as we know now, he didn't like to stay in top-notch shape. In fact, he bragged when I go back and watch these games. I guess I was too young to really have it resonate with me then, but he would brag about how he did not work out at all in the offseason. I'm like, well, why do you have hamstring problems every fucking season? It's because you're not working out, but Neil Anderson was solid. Thomas Jones was solid. Anthony Thomas was Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2001 and was a little bit banged up in 2002, did okay in 2003, and then by 2004, we gave his job to Thomas Jones. So I thought he was good. Like I said, Jones was good. Now, Benson was a bust. I think Enos could have been good, but he was hurt early in his rookie season. Rashawn Salam had a really good rookie year, even though he fumbled a lot, and then he got hurt and got on drugs and sadly has passed away. So same as Cedric Benson. And Forte was pretty good. I mean, and Montgomery is pretty good. So the Bears have had some good running backs, but nobody compares to Walter, of course.
My response to R. Bickham is stop listening to Stephen A. Smith, especially when he's talking about football and the Chicago Bears. It has nothing to do with that. Just like Dan outlined there, the Bears have had plenty good running backs to win a Super Bowl. What they have not had is a quarterback. That's the obvious reason why. First and foremost, a quarterback, and secondly, a head coach that could make up for the deficiencies in the roster, mainly quarterback, with good scheming, good decision-making, good in-game strategy, on and on and on it goes. But first and foremost, you think that when we played the Colts in the Super Bowl, we didn't win because we had a bad rushing attack? No, that was like the least of our problems. Thomas Jones
stopped the screen pass all night long. Couldn't make a fucking tackle.
Right, and Rex Grossman had a horrible game. Right?
Yeah.
So
I would have put Greasy in the second half, and that's what I wish I tried. I was blowing Phil up at the time. One of the two times you all had Thomas Jones on. That's the question I wanted to ask him more than anything. Was what do you think about, I know it's hindsight, but what would have been the Bears' chances if they'd have been like, look, Rex, maybe it's the rain, I don't know, but we're going to go with Greasy in the second half. We're going to do a Don Strock move here. We're still in the game. We still believe in you, but today you don't have it. And this is about winning a championship, not about your feelings. So I would have advocated going to Greasy. But on the lines of what you were just saying, though, I can't disagree with you, and I certainly do agree with you. But if you want to extrapolate that out farther, I would say the Bears have had okay quarterbacks, but okay. But our problem has been Green Bay has had great quarterbacks for 25 years. And again, maybe even farther back than that, because Favre came over in 1992. So almost 30 years of them having a better quarterback than us. And as a result, we can't beat them consistently at all. Mm-hmm. And that's why more than anything, you don't see division titles. You don't see home games consistently in the playoffs. And that's how you get to the Super Bowl. So to me, like Lovey said, it starts with beating the Packers. And how do you catch them?
Old School Swag 77 says the reason the Bears haven't won consistently is because we can't keep a stable offensive line, quarterback, and a competent, forward-thinking, adaptable coach. I can't argue with any of that. The Bears offensive line for most of the time over the last, 2-3 decades, the offensive line has rarely been consistently good. They've had a good season here.
Yeah, they had the great line forever from the 85 team until they got too old.
Right. And
then after that, they've been like Wani had an okay line early on when Bortz was still the only one left over from the 85 team. And then the 06 team, 05 team, the Reuben Browns and John Tates, Nolan Cruz, they had a Roberto Garza. They had some linemen. But after the Super Bowl team, by the time like 08, 09 rolls around, they've been struggling at the line. That's a fact. So I'll say from Jay Cutler on, they've had average to shitty offensive lines because Jay got here in 09. So
yeah. Oh my gosh. Who was the name of the left tackle? And he had to tell him that.
He had Orlando Pace when he first got here, and Orlando Pace was literally on his last leg.
Oh my!
It was his last year in the league. Again, Hall of Famer, but he had nothing left, and that's who we had before. And we had Chris Williams. They drafted with a back injury. Then they had Jamarcus Webb, who if it were today, he would have been like doing live TikToks at McDonald's and. Look at me eat my fucking fries. Yeah, there've been some bad linemen. Remember, what was the guy that Wheatsman? Remember the guy from like 2018?
Oh yeah, the former KC chief.
That guy was horrible. He stands out to me as just being a shitty fucking lineman. But
yeah. Our Bickham pops up again in the chat, says that he heard a Chicago media guy that's saying that it doesn't matter about the Bears quarterback situation because Matt Nagy, he broke or tried to break Mitchell Trubisky, and that if you re-sign Mitch because Mitch was not the problem, how good do you view this situation if you bring in Mitch? And Bickham goes on to say, in a similar vein, as John Buffon has said, does it make sense for the Bears to bring in another quarterback to this team when this could be viewed as a lame duck situation for the coach and general manager? Well, the thing is that they have to bring in another quarterback. I mean, unless they're going to re-sign Mitchell Trubisky, and I don't think Mitch wants to come back.
I wouldn't if I were Trubisky. There's no way. You heard him say in the press conference after the game, he was basically saying this whole thing is a smokescreen about culture. That's not a quote, but that's a paraphrase. Basically saying the culture doesn't hold anybody accountable. Fuck this place. He's the scapegoat. He knows he saved their job, and he's still out the door. Why would he come back here? I wish him luck. If Trubisky could end up with Denver, because they haven't had a quarterback since Peyton Manning retired, or New England, a team that has a history of winning and could get a good coach. And maybe Denver's the connection there, maybe because he has been around Vic Fangio. I think he could do some good in this league. I'm not saying he's going to be an MVP, but it would be in his best interest. It would behoove him to get the fuck out of here. Yeah. There's no way around it. Now, I've said this yesterday talking to my friend, who, again, as I've told you many times, it was his brother that died of a heroin overdose this past weekend. He's a lifelong Kansas City fan. So we were watching the Chiefs game yesterday, and we were talking before the game. He's like, "So what are your Bears?" Because he's on board. He hates Matt Nagy too, and thinks he's a full bit. He says, "Well, what do you think about the quarterback then? What would you do?" And I'll see what you. This is what I said to Michael. I was like, if we kind of agreed with this last week, I think, and I've heard David Kaplan say it would be a horrendous idea. But if the Lions cut loose of Stafford, that's the guy I'm like, dude, I don't care if you broke your back 2 years ago. You're better than anything we've had. Again, I loved Cutler and loved Cutler's arm and thought the world of him, but Stafford's a better player even than Jay.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved Cutler. So I know Stafford's 35, but I would be like, dude, you're our stopgap. You want to play to 40, please come down here and just win. We're going to draft somebody young. Please outplay him. Please just stay on the field. Please win games. Please be our fucking guy and put your dick in Detroit's mouth 2 times a season and maybe beat Green Bay too while you're at it. So that's who I would go after if he's released. And I said this a few weeks ago to you. If Jesus Christ, if we could talk Lions into taking Mac's contract straight up, give us Stafford, take Mac.
The Mitchell Trubisky culture thing was clearly a shot at Matt Nagy and how he handled the Javon Wims and Anthony Miller situation this season. Javon Wims takes several punches at this Chauncey Gardner-Johnson from the Saints. He's suspended 2 games, and they bring him back. As a reward for coming back, he drops the most important pass of his life, a playoff game pass that's right there in the breadbasket. He drops it. Then
you know what's sickening about that real quickly?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let you get back to your thought. So the Saints did that exact same play,
mm-hmm.
and Jameis Winston came in and threw a touchdown. It was the exact same play, and Troy Aikman and Joe Buck didn't know that. And like 2 quarters later, they acknowledged with the replay that the Bears had run it the week before, but they didn't know that when it fucking happened. How can you go into a playoff game and not know that that's the same play that happened the week before against them?
Yeah.
It wasn't brought up at all until like the 3rd quarter.
I'm going to sound like a broken record because I'm always picking on these national media announcers. They don't do their homework. You got, for the most part, you got 1 fucking game to announce. You should be studying all week. You should know. You should have watched every freaking game on tape. You should be reading all the newspapers. You should be just really immerse yourself on the 2 teams you're covering that week. And so for those 2 high price, the number 1 announced team for NFL football on Fox, to not know that, it's unforgivable in my mind.
To be fair, Bryant Gumbel on Real Sports did a piece. This is probably 5-6 years ago, maybe even longer. I think it was right around the time that John Madden had retired and Collinsworth had taken over on Sunday Night Football. I know a lot of people don't like Chris Collinsworth, and I get on him for sucking Aaron Rodgers' cock every time they play. Oh, Aaron Rodgers. But before I even tell you what I was going to say, I swear to you, after the Packers-Ram game, Fox did a slow-mo. You know, like how like Namath is running off the field with his finger up at Super Bowl III. I get that. Slow-mo that's a pivotal moment in the history of the fucking sports world. They did a slow-mo of Rodgers running to the locker room for 30-some seconds after that Rams game. They worship this guy. He's the Donald Trump of the sports world. But let's put a pin in that. And what I was going to say, Collinsworth, Bryant Gumbel showed him on like Tuesday. He's already watching the games, like you said, of the teams that are coming up. He's taking notes. He's reading the newspapers. He's doing everything you'd want him to do to get ready. Chris Collinsworth does that. He's in his basement like he was joking. He's like, my wife won't let me do any of this stuff upstairs. She wants me the hell away from her. And I'm down here, and he puts in like 10+ hours a week getting ready for the game. So he does do the prep that you were talking about, to be fair, because I've seen the piece on him.
Yeah. There's a lot of talk in the chat room about, what the Bears can and cannot do because of the salary cap. And I got to say that, this salary cap is not necessarily a hindrance for this team. There is some flexibility. You can do certain things to create some money. Now, you can't go out there and sign Dak Prescott. That's just not going to happen. Dak wants close to $40 million a year.
Well, you're not getting Winston either. You're going to have to give up probably 3 number 1 picks to get him. Why would you do that? You just got a 1st-round pick again.
Jameis Winston, 3 number 1 picks?
No, I'm sorry. I meant Watson from the Texans.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's highly unlikely you're going to get Deshaun Watson because we don't have the draft capital. You could.
And we just got a first-round pick back.
Right. You could actually bring Watson in and figure out a way to pay him. That's the least of the concerns. The biggest concern is that other teams that want Watson, they've got more capital to trade away. Now, perhaps Ryan Pace has a really good relationship with the new GM from Texas, Nick Cesario. He was the guy that Pace talked to on all these trades that he made with New England. They were approved by Bill Belichick, but it was Cesario who talked about the Bostic deal and a couple of other deals that the Bears made with the New England Patriots. So he's got a really good relationship with them. But the thing is, who's going to play quarterback for the Texans? You can't trade them Nick Foles. They don't want Nick Foles. Nobody fucking wants Nick Foles other than Ryan Pace. And so you don't have a high draft pick. And the Texans traded their draft pick which is now the number 3 pick in the entire draft. That's belongs to the Miami Dolphins now.
But they may get that back because the reporting has the Dolphins being the landing spot for Watson.
Which I don't see that because I don't see them giving up on Tua so quickly after investing the 5th pick overall for Tua to give up on him after just one season. Doesn't that seem like kind of panicky to you?
Maybe it's a similar situation that the Cardinals had drafted Josh Rosen really high and they said, well, we got this other guy available and we're going to go with him. And that's proven to be the right move, at least it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Because Josh Rosen's not even in the league. But I agree with you. Those are two different situations. I don't know that Miami is going to do that. And again, I'm skeptical that Tua is going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But, if I'm a Dolphins guy, I'm not moving on from him yet. I mean, he's okay, and it was his rookie year. So maybe he goes from being okay to good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they still, I guess Fitzpatrick's a free agent. He may end up in Houston. He's played everywhere but the Bears, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't mind Fitzpatrick on the Bears as a bridge quarterback. M. Desai says, also remember that Watson has a no trade clause. He must agree to waive that no trade clause, and he would only do so if he approved the team he was being traded to.
And he doesn't like it in Chicago because they shit on him.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you were Watson, would you forgive and forget?
No, you wouldn't take me out to dinner. You didn't want to draft me. I'm not
right.
coming there now to save your job.
Right. You wouldn't even buy a $100 dinner for me. And you took out Mahomes, you took out Trubisky, but you wouldn't take me out for dinner. Fuck you guys.
Exactly. So, yeah, he's not coming here.
No.
Maybe you get Garoppolo or Stafford if one of them are cut.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy G would probably go to New England.
Right.
Because Belichick loved him and his hand was forced by Brady, who went over his head.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN, that's not a conspiracy theory. ESPN had like a 17-page story detailing all the moves that Brady was doing behind his back, including not letting Garoppolo work out at his facility. It was just crazy amount of duplicitous shit that Brady was doing and was all targeted against Belichick.
Wow.
Like those guys do not have a good relationship at this point. But point is, Belichick was a huge advocate of Garoppolo and did not want to give him up. So I could see him going back, but you could see him making a stop here too because he's an Illinois guy.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, but the thing that scares me about Garoppolo is that he's missed like over 30 games since he's gone to San Francisco. We don't need a guy that comes in and gets hurt in week 2. And then you're stuck with Nick Foles again.
Yeah,
so,
totally.
And we've got the 3rd hardest schedule on paper going into 2021. The Steelers have the hardest. I forget who was number 2, but the Bears, statistically speaking, right now are the 3rd most difficult in terms of the opponents for next season. So that's all you need is a guy to come in and get hurt immediately like Garoppolo.
Here's the other thing about Garoppolo. He's too fucking good looking.
Oh, he is a good looking guy. I mean, I've never sucked a guy's cock, but I mean, if it had to be somebody's cock.
Wouldn't it be Aaron Rodgers?
The only way I'd suck Aaron Rodgers' dick is if A, he would retire, or B, it somehow led to us winning the Super Bowl. Then I would let him come in my mouth. I'd be a whore.
That is funny. All right, so let's take a look at the free agent quarterbacks that are out there, and see if there's anyone that you might try to entertain bringing
No,
in.
this is just free agents. We're not talking people that could be available, right?
Correct.
Because Derek Carr could be available, Stafford could be available, but they're not yet.
Correct. So
okay,
we'll just stick with the free agents, and I'm getting this list from Gene Chamberlain, who writes for Sports Illustrated. Let me put it up on the screen here. Free agent quarterbacks. All right, so Dak, we know Dak is definitely not available for the Bears. What about
the only way is if it's an NBA style sign and trade.
Yeah,
and they would accept like a second round pick and Khalil Mack.
Second round pick and Khalil Mack, and then but they don't have a quarterback. That's part of the
they
problem.
Could bring back Dalton.
Correct. Do you think they want to bring back Dalton? I don't think
I mean,
so.
I'm just saying.
By the way, Dalton is a free agent, so it's not like they.
I don't want him, but I think Dallas, if they're going to lose Prescott, they're going to want to get something for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they'll franchise him at the very least. So then you have to work out a trade. So.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but you never know. I mean, one thing Ryan Pace has a history of doing, he can be very aggressive in making moves. And so maybe,
and his job's on the line and he knows it.
Yeah, he wants to win. He wants to win now, and he knows that he's got to win. And that's part of the concern a lot of fans have is, he could potentially ruin the franchise for years by making some stupid ass move. All right. So Phillip Rivers out, right? You're not going to, have him as a bridge quarterback for a year, even though he did lead the Colts to the playoffs.
They won 11 games. And with Phillip Rivers, you have to block for him. He can't move. So if you had a good offensive line, maybe, because he does, for the most part, he plays, he answers the bell. And he took a ligament out of his knee to play in the 2007 AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's tough. He's tough. That was a long time ago, though. He's going to be 40. I would be afraid to sign him, especially if we don't work on the offensive line, which I think they're going to. I mean, how can you not? I wouldn't rule out Rivers. I mean, but he could still retire. I'm not going to say no, but I'm not excited about him either.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Primarily, I guess, because you really have to have a strong dedication to the run game in order to make Rivers work. And so that would necessitate Nagy again taking his ego, storing it away, and saying we're going to be a run-heavy offense.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Exactly.
They're gonna try that same bullshit offense again.
Exactly.
And by the way, let me just go ahead and say this: for the love of God, please don't go and trade for Chad Henne. Just because Chad Henne got the first down running the ball for KC yesterday does not mean he's the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears next year.
Or Taylor Heineke.
No, don't get the guy from Washington, whatever their team's called now, the football team, whatever. You don't want that guy either.
All right. Fitzmagic. Now, that's one that I might consider for a year because that guy is a winner. I love that guy. He just gets shit done. And I think the Dolphins probably would have had a much better season if they would have just let Tua sit in the bench the entire season and let him learn.
I agree with that, and I've mentioned this to you before, and I think we played it on a show once before. One of the best things I've ever heard was when the Buffalo Bills had an old GM, like a guy was like 80. Mm-hmm. It wasn't Marv Levy either. It was somebody really old, though, and he like Rudy Giuliani somebody thinking he was calling the coach from Alabama who's a senator now. And, he left that message, but he actually left it with the reporter or something last week.
Yeah.
Well, the Buffalo GM called somebody complaining about how bad their quarterback situation was and how horrible Ryan Fitzpatrick was. Mm-hmm. He was under contract, and the guy just sounded 212 years old on the recording. It is one of the best things I've ever heard in my entire life. Because again, it was played on radio over and over and over. But Fitzpatrick, despite the old man ranting on him on the radio, who was his boss.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he stays healthy, he does seem to, and he's played like 12 teams, but he seems to, I don't know if they win, but he has good stats. Yep. I don't know if that's what we want is good stats, but I wouldn't be surprised you get a quarterback like Fitzpatrick, and then he's the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards.
Oh my gosh, that is so true. In the history of the Chicago Bears, there's never been a quarterback who has thrown for 4,000 yards in a season.
Not even Cordell Stewart.
This year alone, there were 14 quarterbacks who threw for 14 years in the NFL. And
You're telling me Henry Burris didn't throw for 4,000?
Jesus. All right. So Dalton, absolutely not. Joe Flacco, absolutely not.
No.
I mean, Joe's got to retire, right?
Joe's done. I mean, Joe's really, really done, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I think he's done.
What about Cam Newton?
I think he's done too. He obviously was the league MVP in 2015. He's a shell of his former self. And I'm not saying that like I have no malice toward him, but he's not the same guy. Age catches up to everybody but Tom Brady, apparently. So,
by the way, old school swag 77 says Fitzpatrick is smarter than our coach. So, Nagy,
for sure.
Nagy
He's a Harvard guy.
Butt hurt. And then Jeremy says Fitzpatrick went to Harvard. So there's no fucking way Nagy would want him on the team. He's too fucking smart for him.
That's true. I bet Nagy would be like worried about his ego and not being as smart.
Yep. So here's the thing about Cam. Last year I was like, absolutely no for Cam Newton. And when the season started and he had, some opening games that were pretty impressive, I was like, he's like running for as many yards as he was throwing, and he just can't keep that up. But as the season went on, his passing got better with New England. And then you have to account that there just weren't any weapons that for him to throw to. So number one, I was impressed by the way he worked out to recover from the injury he had the previous season. I was impressed with portions of the season that he had. But number three, I just don't see that as a fit for the Bears. Maybe if they got him on a 1-year deal and they drafted a quarterback, but overall, I would put him on my priority list of guys to look for. Via free agency, if you're forced to do it that way, I would put him in the middle of the list.
My favorite Cam Newton moment ever was at Soldier Field in 2011, I'm wanting to say, when he threw a pick six to Tim Jennings to lose the game. So
yes, I love that.
That's my favorite Cam Newton moment. It was either 2011 or 12 with Carolina at Chicago.
Well, and since it was around that time that you could just see a deterioration in his play. Like for instance, early in that game, he had a run up the middle where they showed a field level replay, and he's smiling as he's running for the first down. He's like thinking, "Man, I'm on top of the world." By the end of the game, they had shots of him in the sideline, and he wasn't smiling. Partly because that Bears defense was smacking the shit out of him that game, and partly because he just didn't play well. And the more and more you stop him from running the ball, the more and more he's forced to throw, and that's just not his game. I mean, he cannot do that. Somebody says that Newton is done. His arm wouldn't cut it in Soldier Field. You can kind of get around that, a weak-armed quarterback at Soldier Field by scheming and so forth, but do you really want that? So it's definitely not. Now, here's a name that
it was in 2012, by the way, that game.
2012. Right. Tyrod Taylor, that might be a interesting signing.
The Chargers tried to kill him this season.
Oh my gosh. You remember that story?
Yeah, they gave him an injection and like collapsed his lungs.
Yes. And they didn't announce it until a day or two later, I think it was. It was like they were hiding this murder attempt.
I feel bad for Taylor, but I don't see him ever getting another starting job, and I hope it's not here.
He's intriguing to me. If you're gonna run this kind of RPO offense, he might be a good bridge guy. But here's the other thing. It's like why would you bring Nick Foles in as your backup if you're going to have this Matt Nagy offense where you need a mobile quarterback? That to me, when George McCaskey is going out of his way to praise Nagy and Pace, for their vision and collaboration, it's like, did you guys really talk about this Foles thing and how he doesn't fit with the Chicago Bears offense? I mean, it's night and day between what Foles can do well and what Trubisky can do well. Doesn't make any sense. So,
and Aldo, let me just say that you and I tonight were collaborating.
I don't know
how many
well,
times did they say that in the press conference?
Oh yeah, it's like their communications person said, "All right, so here's the theme of this press conference: is you guys collaborate well together." And unfortunately, the communications person didn't offer up any, words from the thesaurus to help them not sound so redundant. Because they must have said it about 50 times. It's crazy,
just awful.
The only other name on this free agent list is Jacoby Brissett.
Now, if I'm going to build a case for Jacoby Brissett, and I'm not necessarily doing so, but the story that always sticks out in my head about him is just because of wherever Bill Parcells was living, it happened to be where Jacoby Brissett went to high school. Mm-hmm. I don't know where that was or off the top of my head or anything, but Bill Parcells took a liking to him as a kid and worked him out and worked with him. And Bill Parcells swears by him, says by his leadership, his intelligence, his athletic ability, he just needs to be in the right scheme. Bill Parcells, again, not saying he's the greatest guy ever to point to great quarterbacks. He had Phil Simms and Hostetler and Drew Bledsoe, but Drew Bledsoe was balling when when Parcells was the coach. And then he had Vinny Testaverde, did well with the Jets, went to the AFC Championship game. So, but Bill Parcells thinks that he has the potential to be a solid NFL quarterback. And that means something coming from a guy that coached in the league for fucking ever.
Yeah.
So maybe Brissett is somebody you take a look at based upon that advocacy alone. I'm not saying that's who I want, but like I said, if Bill Parcells is willing to stick his neck out for a guy as much as I've heard him talk about Brissett with passion, then, he knows something I don't. So maybe I would rather have him than Tyrod Taylor, unfortunately. Again, I like Tyrod Taylor.
No,
but,
you don't.
I feel bad for what happened with him with the Chargers. He did take Buffalo to the playoffs. I'll give him that. Whatever happened to that quarterback Buffalo had that beat us on opening day because of Chris Conte? What was his name? They beat us in 2014 on opening day at Soldier Field. What was that fucking guy's name? Manuel? Something Manuel?
Oh, yeah, EJ Manuel.
What happened to him? Like, he was gone, and
he was a first-round draft pick. Yeah, I think they got him into camp, and then they asked him to count to 10, and they realized he couldn't do that. So I don't know exactly what happened, but clearly he was overdrafted. And that's part of the challenge that the Chicago Bears have. It's so difficult to judge quarterbacks. And I posted something on Twitter the other day where quarterbacks since the 2013 season, there's only been a handful of quarterbacks who have started more than 8 games who were drafted in the second round or from the second to 7th round. And the amount of quarterbacks, that have contributed a lot to their teams and been starting quarterbacks is just very, very few. Now,
Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, and Kirk Cousins. That's all I can really think of.
Exactly. I think that's it. And then almost 50% of the quarterbacks who have been drafted in round 1 from that era that I look back on have been legitimate starters or started a lot of games for their team. So it almost says that, number one, you got to find your quarterback in the first round. And secondly, drafting a quarterback just for the sake of drafting a quarterback is not a good choice. And on our recent Draft on Tap, Danny Shinman asked me to play a soundbite from Greg Ballard, the former Bears scout who's now the GM over at the Indianapolis Colts, he talked about that. He says, I'm not going to draft a quarterback just for the sake of drafting a quarterback. It's a very, very difficult position to scout and to get accurately. And your odds of getting it more accurate are the higher you draft. But if we're drafting really high to get a quarterback, then I probably am not going to be here to make that decision on who the guy is. So it's a tough thing that
I kind of agree with Chris Ballard on that, but I've got a name for you then to see what you think.
Sure.
As far as I know, he's on a practice squad, and even if he is the third quarterback, you just cut Tyler Bray. I mean, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would. How can you not tell Josh Rosen, hey, come over here and let's just see what you got? You were a first round pick just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on a bad Cardinals team, a bad Dolphins team. I mean, even if he's your third stringer, you promise him, or not promise him, but you sign him to a spot on the 53, then you can get him off of their practice squad. And why wouldn't you take a flyer on him?
Because
I mean, even if it's for the third string spot, I mean, just take a fucking look at him.
I would have to. Well, let me fix this here. I would have to say that I'll pass on that one.
Really? I mean, maybe he will just go down in history as a horrible fucking player and never get an opportunity again. But what harm isn't he better than Tyler Bray?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But he doesn't know the offense. He doesn't know Matt Nagy's
That's why
offense.
you get him now. You get him now, in March or April, and you give him 6 months to learn it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at what he has done in the NFL just to see. I just kind of remember his arm strength was not there. I remember that game against the Bears. He came in and what game was that?
That was I know the game where we went out there and beat them in week 3.
Yeah, beat the shit out of him. That Bears defense was
okay. I got another name for you then.
Okay.
Assuming that the Jets draft a quarterback, what about if they want to move on from Sam Darnold?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean,
okay.
he could be available.
That's the next topic I have up on the screen here is possible trades, and Sam Darnold is on that list of quarterbacks.
Would he require a first round pick?
Absolutely not. You
could
get him for a third rounder.
Anybody.
You could get him for a third rounder, maybe even lower.
Assuming that they draft a quarterback with the second pick.
Right. Absolutely.
Which they probably will.
Yes. They'd be stupid not to. I mean, with who you got at the top, you've got your choice of Zach
They'll probably
Wilson.
take that kid from BYU, don't you
right,
think?
Zach Wilson or the kid from Ohio State, Justin Fields. So yeah, they'd be stupid not to reach out for one of those guys. I mean,
so they're going to trade Darnold more than likely.
Yeah, I think so. And I was talking to Greg Gabriel about it, and he agrees. He's not a big Sam Darnold fan, so I think that Sam Darnold is on the trade block, and the Bears could probably get him for a mid-round draft pick.
Again, why not? I mean, if I was a Trubisky guy, but if we're just saying we're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's better than Mike Glennon or somebody like that. Obviously, you're not going to bring back Mike Glennon. I'm just saying, as an example of someone we've signed before, he's better than Brian Hoyer.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So, I mean, again, I'm not saying he's the answer, but maybe he is. I don't know. If you could get him for a 4th round pick, we've given up a lot we've given up nothing for 4th round picks before. We'll just move up one spot. You can have 3 of our 4th round picks. I think that there could be some value. I mean, I don't know. I don't watch enough Jets football, but I know that the team obviously struggled, but even ironically, they had more wins against winning teams this year than the Bears did.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets were 2-14, but had 2 wins against winning teams.
On my list of possible trades here is the name Gardner Minshew, and Stephen Nagishi says I would trade for Minshew for a 5th rounder and then try to draft Mac Jones, the quarterback.
Can you imagine all the jokes we'll have, like all the Jacksonville Jaguar quarterback connection of Nick Foles and Gardner Minshew? Like, do we really want to hear that?
I don't care about that shit. If he comes and he wins a couple of games and has a decent season and provides a bridge.
Would you rather have Gardner than Sam Darnold?
Yeah, only because it's a results-based league and his results have been better. Now, Sam Darnold is more of the prototypical big quarterback, big arm, but he sees ghosts out there. That's the bad thing.
Well, he was on a bad team with a bad coach.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about his capability of processing, which is the problem that Mitch has. Mitch's big problem, and then maybe he'll correct that under some different tutelage, is that he sees the first read, and if that guy's covered, it's all over with, man. He can't make that second or third read. He just doesn't do a good job with that.
I just thought of something randomly real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the most sarcastic, facetious dick face that Cutler could have made, like on a meme or something, like a smoking Jay or whatever, you know, the look I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine Matt Nagy trying to tell Jay that he's an offensive guru? Could you imagine Cutler's response? He wouldn't listen to anything Matt Nagy had to say. So I almost want a quarterback like that in this situation. Like I'm responding that to what you said about Darnold seeing ghosts, because maybe you don't want to bring a quarterback that needs teaching, because I don't know that Matt Nagy's the quarterback teacher. Maybe if you bring in a guy that's almost a finished or product, such as a Fitzpatrick or a Rivers or a Carr, someone that's got some pedigree, that's been in the league for a long time, Matthew Stafford, that can tell him to suck his dick, versus poor Mitch, who was calling him sir when he obviously doesn't deserve to be called sir. Should be called bitch. You should have been called fired.
Before I give you some of these other names of possible trades to work out, I want to answer this question from Rob Downs, because we were talking about the salary cap flexibility. He's challenging me. He says, what flexibility do we have? They are $10 million over the 2021 cap now. Bears free agent losing wide receiver, quarterback, offensive guards, deep tackles. So even with losing those guys, we're over the cap. Only contracts to cut are Graham, Hicks, and Fuller. But that's the thing, Rob.
You can re-sign Fuller, though, and give him an extension.
You can re-sign all of these guys. Give them an extension that lowers the cap for next season. There's a lot of tricks that you can do. You can go back to Khalil Mack and say, hey, let's restructure your contract. The Bears, a lot of people are saying the Khalil Mack contract has them handcuffed for the next 3 years. That's bullshit. The Bears have a potential out on the Khalil Mack contract. They're going to cut him
after next year unless he becomes Khalil Mack.
That is correct. There's a potential out after the 2021 contract, and they can go back to him right now and say, listen, help us out. Let's spread this bonus money out, blah, blah, blah. So there's things that can be done to create cap space. So it's not a
what
done
about
deal.
Eddie Jackson's deal?
Can
they cut him now?
Well, you can't do that. No, you can't cut Eddie Jackson. You can't trade him, but I think you can salvage the guy if you bring in somebody who can, get him back to playing the way he was. Who was it? Was it you that told me that Eddie looked out of shape? That one of the radio commentators said that Eddie Jackson looked out of shape. Somebody mentioned
that wasn't me. I was saying that OB and them were saying that about Khalil Mack the last 2 years.
Okay.
They said that he was out of shape and always winded.
I think maybe it was Danny Shimon or someone in our communications that told me that one of the commentators, who was somebody with a trustworthy voice, that said that Eddie Jackson looks like he may not be in football shape, which is probably is part of the reason for his decline the last year or two. But I got a feeling that has more to do with Chuck Pagano scheming.
I think he's got lack of heart. He got paid and he's not willing to get dirty now. He doesn't want to tackle anybody.
Yeah. M. Desai says, Aldo, but it doesn't really create cap space, does it? I mean, in the immediate year, yes, but restructuring is just kicking the can down the road. That is absolutely true. But that is true,
but that's what you have to do to get through next year if they lower the cap.
But the thing is that when the pandemic is done, the cap is going to go up like it has for the last 10 years. The cap has gone up $10 to $13 million every year. And so that's why teams over the last several years didn't mind, cutting somebody and taking the cap hit of $5, $6, $7 million, because they just got a windfall of $10+ million. So they had that extra money to play with. So you're right that the money eventually has to take its cap hit. But if you can do it 2-3 years from now, when the pandemic is relieved and cap money is going back up. And one report that I read this week is saying that the 2022 season, they think that the cap could go up by some $10 to $20 million because of new TV contracts and people going back to the stadiums and so forth. So Again, let's not worry too much about the cap. I'm not saying that to totally disregard it, because yes, the Bears have a worse situation than other teams in the NFL, but we should not think of it as preventative in terms of making certain moves that will help this team.
I don't understand why the cap necessarily even has to come down. I get that they lost significant revenue due to the pandemic, and how much money do you spend if you go to a game, especially if you take a kid?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to pay what, $50 a park? It's $10 for something to eat, like even if it's a hot dog, a fucking drink, and then before you know it, you're out $300-400. So I mean, and that's everybody in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So I know at times 8 or times 10 if you include the 2 preseason games. So I get it that they lost revenue, but I mean, if every team is in the same predicament that they're going to, why lower the cap? I know you lost money, but everyone that lost money could afford to lose money.
Yeah,
so
but that's
they lost money for 1 year. Why not just keep the cap where it is then? I don't know why anyone hasn't asked that question. Like, why does it have to come down?
Well, because no owner is going to say, well, I made $50 million last year. I'm okay with making $20 million. That's just that's not how these guys became.
But
super
now,
rich.
as a result, everyone's going to have to. It's not just the Bears. A lot of veterans are going to get cut.
Oh yeah, well, and I think when the CBA contract, there's going to be a meeting between the team owners and the players union in late January or early February. They're going to discuss those things, and I think that's going to be a big topic from the players union. Is like, we got to figure out a way so that we can protect veterans and not have them be the casualty of this flat salary cap that we're probably going to have in 2021. That was another thing that I read, is that people have been guessing that the cap is going to go down in 2021. And that's not necessarily the case. It could just be flat because again of some certain revenue. Like, for instance, merchandising sales for the NFL this year actually went up. I guess people were at home and they, fuck it, I'm not doing anything. Let me go shopping and buy more Bears paraphernalia, whatever. So all of that money counts into the economics of things. And so there's a possibility that the cap could stay at about $191 million, which means there isn't a reduction in the cap. It's flat, but for certain teams like the Bears, it still means we got to figure out a way to restructure deals and create some cap space.
Right, and that's the one thing I will say, that not that my contributions to Bears gear really make that much of a difference to their overall bottom line, but I probably won't be buying any Bears shit. Maybe if they sign somebody big name that I like a Stafford or somebody like that, maybe I get a Bears jersey. But as of right now, like, that's the only way I can voice my dissatisfaction with everything that's going on, is I'm not going to be buying anything from them. Not a new shirt, not a new hat, not a new toboggan, nothing. Even my fucking ice scraper is a Bears ice scraper.
Yeah, you got
I have a Bears license plate. I mean, I've got everything. I've got a Bears shower curtain.
Oh, come on. Stop that.
I do. I have a Bears shower curtain.
All right, let me give you some more names to react to on possible trades of quarterbacks to the Chicago Bears. What about Matt Ryan, the Atlanta Falcons quarterback? You want him for a year or two?
Matt Ryan was a rookie in 2008.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And you saw what he did with the big lead in the Super Bowl. Do you really want that guy at this age?
No.
Oh, I don't want Matt Ryan.
Although
really
he's always played pretty well against the Bears, so but we shouldn't factor that into our thinking. I agree with you, Matt Ryan.
I don't want Matt Ryan.
Deshaun, I spelled Deshaun wrong on the thing, so I apologize.
You're not going to say Kaiser, are you?
No.
Oh,
Deshaun Watson. Of course, everybody wants Deshaun Watson, but again, I just don't see that happening. We just don't have the capital to make that trade. If you're the Texans, who's going to quarterback? You don't have a high draft pick to become the quarterback. Then you got to go for some of these Matt Ryan.
The only way the Texans make that move is like somebody like Miami says, look, we'll give you that third pick in the draft back. You can draft a young quarterback right now to sell jerseys, and we'll give you next year's number one. That's the only way you're going to get it. They're not going to do it with the Bears when the pick is the 20th. And like you said, who are they? They have to get something in return to energize their base to mitigate the loss of their quarterback.
Yeah. Well,
and
here's an
they lose
idea.
Watson, people are going to – you talk about the Bear fans being dissatisfied. Why would the Texans fans go to the fucking game when they've lost their best wide receiver and now their quarterback?
Because it's Texas, baby. They love their football as much as they love fucking their
Everything's
cousins.
bigger here.
What about if this Nick Cesario guy, if he's a Jimmy Garoppolo lover, maybe he'll try to make a trade with the 49ers. Well, then he would trade Watson over there, so that won't work. Fuck.
I think Graham's going to retire from what I hear.
Who's going to retire?
You said Jimmy Graham, right?
No, Jimmy Garoppolo. If the Texas,
Jimmy Graham,
the new Texas general manager, if he likes Jimmy,
why would he want Jimmy Graham? That's what I thought.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he might trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, but then that means he probably would trade Watson to San Francisco. All right, what about Matt Stafford?
I told you, I'm all for him, and I think when you were talking to Zim last week, it sounded like you would be too.
I am totally in on Matt Stafford. Totally.
I would be as well. I think if he was surrounded by, someone else other than Detroit all these years, and he still made the playoffs 3 or 4 times with the Lions.
Right.
I mean, if he'd have been on a better team, he would have had better results. I really believe that. If he'd have gotten drafted by Green Bay like Aaron Rodgers, it would be Matt Stafford doing this shit.
All he needs are reliable receivers but most of all, an offensive line that will protect him and running backs. He's the only season that I can recall that he had a decent run game. Well, over the last 5 years, he has not had a decent run game. This past season was the best when they drafted that kid.
That AP too.
Yeah.
AP to be like 40 years old can still give you some service.
He sure can. And then that rookie that they had, the guy that dropped the pass in game 1 against the Bears, he looks like he's going to be a good player if he corrects those mistakes. But Stafford, give him a good offensive line, give him a run game and some reliable receivers. He can win you a Super Bowl if you've got a Super Bowl caliber defense, which is another story that we got to talk about with these Bears.
In theory, he would be, again, a perfect guy for the Broncos too.
Mm-hmm.
If the Broncos could resurrect their championship defense with Von Miller and stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And, kind of like what they did with Peyton Manning at the end. He didn't have a lot left, but he had enough,
Our Bickham says that he'd be okay with Stafford if we could also convince Megatron to come out of retirement.
Well, that's not going to happen.
No, it's not. What about Tua Tagovailoa? Rob Down says, if Miami does decide to trade Tua, I think Matt Nagy would just love him and it would fit. Bears might have enough capital to get Tua. What do you think about Tua potentially being a Bear after one season with Miami? They'd have the draft pick to find Tua's replacement. So it's just about now.
They could probably still get a number 1 for him though, based on potential.
Yes.
And do you want to give up a number 1 draft pick when we had just given up 2 in the Mac deal, and this is our first year with a pick?
Yeah.
Andy's left-handed. So
yeah, I love left-handed quarterbacks, man.
I told you last week, Boomer Esiason, Steve Young, Ken Stabler. Who else? Left-handed that's been successful in the NFL.
Bobby Douglas, Chicago Bears.
Yeah, but what did Bobby Douglas do but take off running for his life?
That's right. He had the rushing record for quarterbacks until Michael Vick broke it. What about Scott Mitchell? That year that he had with the Lions took him to the playoffs.
Scott Mitchell did a lot better than people give him credit for. He made the playoffs multiple times in Detroit. Yes, yeah, he got a contract, if you recall. The Dolphins were in Cleveland and against the Browns, and Dan Marino tore his Achilles tendon really late in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott Mitchell came in and played like 3 games and threw for like 400 yards in 2 of them. So he got a huge deal with Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
But like 94, 95, 97, he did fairly well. Of course, he had Herman Moore and Brett Perriman. He had good receivers, but he's a little bit underrated, and he had Barry Sanders too. So maybe because of all the weapons, he's overrated in my own argument. But I thought he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
He was a big guy. He's okay. I'll give him. Mitchell was okay. A lot of people want to shit on him, but he was all right. I'll give you that.
What about Derek Carr with the Raiders?
Derek Carr is another guy. I would be more excited about Stafford, despite the fact Carr must be significantly younger.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm guessing, Carr is probably 31, 30 maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but I still think Stafford is a better player, but maybe because Carr is younger, that would be the better way to go. I still like Stafford better, but again, Derek Carr is an upgrade over Mitch, and I liked Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want Greg Braggs to want to fight me over this. I'm kidding. He and I both are like Mitch, as they would dismiss us as truthers. But I Derek Carr's fine. I mean, I think we could win with Derek Carr.
What about Carson Wentz? You know he's on the trade block. You know that John DeFilippo was his quarterback coach in his rookie year when he had that excellent debut season with the Eagles. Could the Bears be interested in getting Carson Wentz on a friendly deal? His contract is still his contract. You can't do much about that, so you're gonna have to pay that. But I do think there is an out after the 2021 season with Carson Wentz's deal. So you bring him in, take a look at him, and you trade a second rounder and a third rounder.
I don't know, man. First off, and this is just me being like talking about his character, and then I'll move on to like on the field. I remember watching the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The game is over. The confetti's coming down. The Eagles have just won. And he comes up to Nick Foles, who just won the fucking MVP and just led your team to 3 straight playoff wins, including beating Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
And Carson Wentz came up to him and said, the mic caught it. He said, next year, this is going to be me. I mean, you're already just thinking about you. You're not even fucking happy that you've won a Super Bowl. And this guy is at the height of his fucking resurgence. His career was over. And he came back and led you. You have a ring on your finger because of this guy, and you're going to go tell him in that minute that he's so self-centered. He's a fucking dick. From that exact moment, I said, I hate Carson Wentz. Now, maybe that's me being trivial. I don't know. But I thought, you talk about Brandon Marshall or Alshon being a me guy, to literally go up to him when you're celebrating saying, next year, this is going to be me. Man, fuck you. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. So I don't like him as a person. And then when you talk about the league, you know, we always say, well, the league caught up to Matt Nagy and he couldn't make adjustments. Maybe they caught up to Wentz. Wentz had a really good second year in the league. And what's he done since?
I tell you, man, he looked awful in those few games that I saw him play this year. I mean, it was like it was a third grader throwing the ball. So I don't know what has gone wrong with that guy.
I don't want him.
All right, I'm with you. I
would rather have the other guy, Hurts. I would take him before I would Wentz.
Well,
I mean, Philly's not going to get rid of him, but if I had the choice, I would go for Hurts.
Let it go on the record that last season I was advocating for Jalen Hurts to be drafted in the second round with one of the 2 draft picks that the Bears had, because like I like to say every year, draft somebody in the draft, particularly if you can devote a second rounder to a quarterback, because your odds of finding a good developmental quarterback are there. I was impressed with what I saw out of Jalen Hurts. He still has to develop much more, but man, oh man, I would have loved to have had Hurts on this team and loved to have seen him, you know, play a couple of games for the Bears in 2020. And you can then go into the 2021 season and say, we got our quarterback. It's Jalen Hurts.
I would be excited about it if you said that the Bears had him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. All right. Possible free agent pickups. There's 2 names out there. And again, this is Gene Chamberlain's article for SI.com. He did the research on this. Alex Smith and Marcus Mariota. Any of those 2 names appeal to you?
I think Alex Smith will retire.
Really?
I really do. I think Alex Smith just wanted to prove to everybody he could come back, and he did. And he won a division championship.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he couldn't even get ready for the next game because it was 6 days later versus 7 days later. And again, Alex Smith was in 2005. He was drafted in 2005,
mm-hmm.
and he had a fucking compound fracture.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how durable he could be if he was here. He's got a big brace on his calf. he's a great guy. He's overcome so much adversity. I don't think he plays anymore, but I could be wrong. But I don't advocate going after him. I think if anything, he would stay in Washington and be the lovable backup guru to help whoever they draft. So maybe, oh fuck. What about the kid that they just cut? What do you think about him?
Who did they cut?
The Redskins, their top pick. They cut him in week 16.
Oh, Haskins.
Yeah. Would you take a flyer on him?
I would not. The fact
He seems like a bad guy.
Yeah, leadership skills there are questionable. So, by the way, yesterday on 60 Minutes, they did.
I saw it.
You saw it, right? Man,
I watched 60 Minutes.
Man, oh man, I felt like crying. Holy cow! And 60
And that was just over the Capitol Insurgents video that they were showing from the New Yorker.
Yeah, exactly. but I got it up on the screen. His wife is gorgeous. But the gist of that was that his life was in danger. This guy, because there was no blood flow, he had a bacteria that was eating up his skin. I mean, this guy came close to dying, and for him to rehabilitate himself and get back onto the NFL football field was just
amazing. It's almost
incredible.
like Zach Miller. Zach Miller could have died.
Yeah.
And who would have thought watching that game with the Saints? I mean, I remember when I was like, "Ooh, that's nasty," but I thought, "Oh, he's out for the year." But I would have never thought, "Oh, this guy could lose his fucking leg or die today." And Zach Miller, and for him to take his touchdown away too was just disgusting. Fuck you, Al Riveron, wherever you are. But yeah, Alex Smith, I would stay against just because of his age. I mean, he's a good guy and he's overcome. He showed so much perseverance. But I would take Mariota before I would Alex Smith, just because of those tangible, detrimental things that you can point to with him. I mean, it's not necessarily fair, but those are the cards he was dealt.
So what about Marcus Mariota?
Mariota, I mean, Pace, as you recall, we weren't friends yet. I didn't know you yet, but I'm sure you know that was the guy he had a hard on for in the draft that year.
Allegedly, I never heard it come out of his mouth, but allegedly,
right. But that's what all the reporting said, that he was trying to move up, heading into the 16 draft to get Mariota. Because if I recall correctly, Mariota was the second player in the draft. I could be wrong, but I think he was second or third overall. So Tennessee didn't want to move away from that, and they took a swing at him. Again, he's a guy that I wouldn't rush to buy his jersey if the Bears acquired him.
Yeah, I would recommend you don't.
But if he was on the team and won the job, I wouldn't think, oh God, the Bears can't win with this guy. He's almost like I said, like a Josh Rosen type, although he's got more of a resume than Josh Rosen. But if you tell me you're bringing them in to say, hey, we're giving you a shot, I'm not opposed to them getting an opportunity and trying to win the job with that opportunity. And I would be upset if you told me they just gave him the job. That would upset me. But I'm not opposed to him getting an opportunity. And what was he doing in Oakland or Las Vegas? I'm sorry, I always call them Oakland still. But I remember my brother-in-law's, when I was a kid, my brother-in-law's dad, he always would call them the Oakland Raiders, and I always roll my eyes and say, but they're the Los Angeles Raiders. Why do you keep doing that? And now I fucking do it as an old man talking about the Las Vegas Raiders.
It's over for you, man. It's over.
Yeah, I know. I keep calling him Oakland, but he's just kind of, I think he's the third stringer out there.
Yeah, he played one game. It was against the Chargers. It was a losing affair. I don't think he started, but I got the stat right in front of me. He was 17 for 28, threw for 226 yards. He ran for a touchdown and threw for a touchdown. He threw an interception as well. So I remember seeing a portion of that game, and he looked really good, but didn't have enough to bring the team back. So I don't know. He could be a guy worth taking a look at. Now,
don't you think the Raiders would be a good spot for Trubisky? Because Gruden liked him coming out. Like he built him up on his little ESPN segments.
I don't remember it that way. I remember Gruden asking him some questions and Gruden being kind of surprised that he didn't know what a hard count was. It's like,
well, yeah, I know that too, but I'm saying, but whenever he was always saying the guy had a chance to be somebody, and things like that. He didn't hate him. So I think that with a guy like Gruden would be good for Mitch.
I don't know.
If you were Trubisky, like where would you want to go? I know we're bouncing around topics.
I think Derek Carr is a better quarterback than Mitch Trubisky.
Well, I agree, but they may want to cut Carr because of the money.
Yeah, I don't see that. Oh, I don't see that at all.
They were talking about moving away from him this year, and they kept him. They were talking about him being a potential salary cap casualty going into 2020.
And they were happy that they didn't get rid of him because Carr, I think, had a really good season for the Raiders.
I mean, I'm just saying, just assume for a second that he's gone, just hypothetically. Or even if Mitch would be the backup, wouldn't that be a good spot to have a coach like Gruden that could, I think if I'm Mitch, that's a guy, I mean, wouldn't you rather have Gruden than fucking Nagy as your coach?
Fucking A.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you need a coach that's worth the fuck to help restore this guy's confidence. He needs a good coach above all. So it would be good for him to get there. Maybe Oakland or Las Vegas or Denver, maybe New England. Anyway, we're going back to the Bears now. I'm sorry.
But no, it's all right.
I like Mariota, though. I wouldn't be opposed to Mariota.
So there's some options there, but none of them, look like, wow, this will be easy to get. It'll work with the salary cap. We won't have
Stafford's
to
the one that excites me more than any of them.
Right. So that brings us back to the draft. And so you've got to identify a quarterback or two that you like in this draft. And I wish that's what Matt Nagy would have done, because if Trubisky would have been picked at number 2, he would not have lost a 4th rounder moving up one, and he would have been forced to take Deshaun Watson or probably would have taken Mahomes, because that's the guy he took out to dinner. He wanted to get his money back. So my point is this. I got a feeling that what the Bears are going to do is Nick Foles is going to be the starter next season. Don't throw rocks at me. I'm sorry. This is just a gut feel. And they're going to draft their franchise quarterback with the 20th spot or move up a few spots to pick a guy like a Mac Jones. And I know a lot of people are already throwing rocks at me. Mac Jones in the first round? Yes, I believe Mac Jones is going to go in the first round. And I believe Mac Jones is going to be a good quarterback in the NFL.
Can't contradict you on this. I don't watch enough college football. I don't give a shit about college football. So, again, I cannot contradict anything you're saying. I don't have credible knowledge about the college game. I'm sorry, I don't. I mean, the TV will be on when I'm at work. I'll see games on. But beyond that, I don't study it. I can't recite who's playing for each school. I just don't care. I've never liked college football. I've never given a fuck.
I don't blame you. I was that way for many, many years. And then I started to fall in love with the draft. And then all of a sudden I start watching college football games with the sole purpose of evaluating who are potential players that are coming out and would they fit the Bears. And then all of a sudden I started getting into the games, and here I am now watching college football on Saturdays. So
the best college football game I think I've ever watched, I'm just thinking on the top of my head, was when Charlie Ward was he with Florida State, and they played Nebraska for the national championship. And it was like 52-51, 52-49. It was some incredible high score, and Florida State won. And then he ended up playing for the Knicks instead of going to the NFL. But that's probably the best college football game that I personally recall watching and enjoying.
That's it.
That's the only one that comes. I mean, I've seen games retrospectively, like the McMahon Holiday Bowl game in '80, when they were down, like 25 points in the fourth quarter, and he led them back and won with a Hail Mary, and then Doug Flutie's Hail Mary, and the '83 game with Nebraska and Miami when the Mike Rozier, Irving Fryer team for Nebraska. Yeah, and they went for 2 in the win, and then they didn't get it. So the Hurricanes won the national championship. I've watched all those games like retrospectively because I knew some of the players from the pros, so it made it more enjoyable. especially back when like Classic Sports Network was created, before it was ESPN Classic, when it was really good. I watched a lot of old classic, like Joe Montana with Notre Dame. I watched games like that on there then. So yeah, I watched old college football games back then, but in terms of watching it live, that's the game that sticks out, was probably the best that I ever saw live. But, or one more, and we'll get back to the Bears. And this ties into the Bears. And I've probably said this to you before, but it's worth revisiting, because everybody here was like going for the Colts in the Bears Super Bowl. And we're, the Bears suck. They don't have a chance. I'm like, motherfucker, we're in the Super Bowl. Oh, they suck. Grossman sucks. The Bears suck. They're overrated. So I listen to all this fucking hate. And then when everybody's right and we lose, everybody here is West Virginia Mountaineer fans, which is crazy because Virginia Tech is 45 minutes from us. West Virginia University is 4 hours from us. So where would you rather go watch a game? I'd rather just take the short drive down to Tech. But okay, everybody here's Mountaineer fans. Marshall's only, hour and a half, 2 hours up the road. No, fuck it. West Virginia. Okay. So West Virginia, they love the Mountaineers. And in 2007, the Mountaineers, all they had to do was win one game, and they were going to go to the national championship game. They were 28-point favorites in Morgantown against a team that they hate, the Pittsburgh Panthers, who happened to be coached by Dave Wannstedt. And Dave Wannstedt came in here 28-point underdogs, and that's what I was telling all of them. Motherfucker, my dream ended in the rain in Miami, and you were happy. So I'm glad that Dave Wannstedt from the Chicago Bears came and took your dream away from you. And yeah, they overcome a 28-point spread and beat them. And I'm pretty sure Shady McCoy was on that team for Pitt that day. And the Mountaineer coach left. Rich Rodriguez played here and just fucking left. Just didn't even coach the bowl game.
Wow.
And ran to Michigan, ended up getting fired there. But anyway, the point was Wani was coaching Pitt. So yeah, I loved that game. I was rooting for Wannstedt passionately against West Virginia.
He didn't end up having a good record at Pitt, did he?
I don't think so, but he won that game, and that's what mattered. He knocked them out of the national championship game. So I don't mind West Virginia now, but back then, like, there were so many people that just took cheap shots over for me liking the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm kind of isolated because of COVID, so I wouldn't even listen to anybody anyway. But I would take all this shit seriously back then. Would want to argue with anybody, So I don't want to argue anymore. I'm too old for that shit. But anyway,
a couple of more topics I have regarding the Bears offense, and then I want to talk about the defenses. I was taking a look at the Tennessee Titans offense and their stats just to try to compare what they do, because they get a bust first round quarterback in Tannehill and they turn him into a dynamite quarterback. Well, how did they do it? Well, they did it because they got Derrick Henry,
and he's great at play action too.
Yes. And it's not just Derrick Henry though. It's their commitment to the run. So here are the stats that I saw that I think Bears, Matt Nagy can learn from. The Titans rushing for 2020, they had 390. Excuse me, this is the Bears. They had 393 rushing attempts. The Titans, 521 rushing attempts, and the Bears had much more throwing attempts than the Titans. Now, you can say, well, the Bears were behind in more games and so forth. Not by this fucking margin. I don't see that. There is a commitment to the run at Tennessee, which is why Tannehill has become a better quarterback. Tannehill is not a tier 1 quarterback. He's a tier 2 quarterback, but he can take you to Super Bowls. He can take you to championships if he has a good defense and a solid running back, but also a commitment to the run. So when I'm looking at this list of quarterbacks and guys who have had failed careers, and maybe they can come and work with Matt Nagy and John DeFilippo and Bill Lazor and so forth, the only way this is going to work is if you make a commitment to the run. So you've got to solidify the offensive line. You've got to find a good backup for David Montgomery, and you've got to make that commitment. We're going to do what Tennessee has done and run the fucking ball. Where are you with that on that?
I agree. I think you have to have another kind of a stud at running back. No offense to Ryan Nall, I know he was on the network. He made some appearances, or at least one here, but he's not the answer. And Patterson, if he's brought back, I think you just tell him to return kicks and let's be happy with that. I think you have to get another running back because, Derrick Henry's not walking through the door for us.
Right.
So, but I agree. We need to be able to run the ball, but Montgomery's got to have someone that is like a thunder and lightning. Like what I dreamt the Bears would have, like the whole 04 season, I wanted them to put Anthony Thomas and Thomas Jones on the field at the same time. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yep.
But they never did. If I were building an offense, that's kind of the way I would want to do it. Like if I were the Browns, I kept saying this yesterday, why not put Kareem Hunt and Chubb on the field at the same time? I mean, who's getting the ball? And, at least Hunt is I don't know about Chubb, but Hunt's very good at catching as well. So
outstanding. Yeah. I mean, Chubb isn't bad either, but Hunt is like having another receiver out there. He reminds me of, Marshall Falk in that respect, that he can get you 1,000 yards running and 1,000 yards receiving.
Do you remember the Browns during the Kozar era? They had 2,000-yard backs at the same time. Ernest Biner and Kevin Mack. And that's sure. I would love to have that.
Yep.
That's what we could have had with Neil Anderson and Brad Muster, but those two guys, although I loved them, especially back then because I was a kid, so I really loved those guys. They were always hurt, always. I mean, you'd always have to have Dennis Gentry spelling them, and he was like 35 at the time, or Johnny Bailey. There was always somebody else in there because they were hurt. What was the other guy's name? Darren Lewis. He came in and played a little bit for Neil Anderson. So yeah, my point is, I would love that two-back, stable where both guys can hit you at the same time. I guess to a certain and most modern history, I could think the Giants had Tiki Barber and Ron Dane for like a year. They went to a Super Bowl riding both guys. But I like that sort of Tom Rathman, Roger Craig. I hated the 49ers, but I loved their fucking scheme. Not necessarily the short passing, but I loved it. Rathman and Craig could both run the ball, could both run your ass over, and they could both catch.
I'm with you. I want running back depth, and Tariq Cohen is not running back depth. He's kind of a unique position. He's that hybrid gadget back. He's going to line up as a wide receiver more, and now he can get back into the backfield and run the ball and do it effectively. But I'm saying you need a guy in case David Montgomery misses 2 or 3 games. Who you got? You don't have anybody. Now, I'm not saying invest in a Travis Etienne or a Najee Harris, although I love both of those guys. Najee Harris out of Alabama, he reminds me a lot of Derrick Henry. But when you get down into those prospects who are expected to go in the middle rounds, hell, I'd love to get somebody like Michael Carter out of North Carolina. North Carolina had those 2 running backs, and Carter was one of them, or the kid out of Mississippi. I'm forgetting his name now, but there's some decent running backs in the mid rounds that I think the Chicago Bears should seriously consider getting. And Mr. Mack for the win is asking, what about Artavius Pierce? I like what I saw of the guy. I definitely like what I saw of the guy, but I still would want to add another guy to the roster who I would have a lot of confidence. Depth at that running back position is important. Now, the last question I had for you regarding the offense before we start talking defense is, how important do you think it is for this Bears offense to re-sign Allen Robinson?
Oh, we kind of touched on this last week. Real quick before I answer that, because I don't want you mad at me. I'll say that Ingram, again, is somebody maybe if he's willing to come here that could potentially provide depth at the running back position if Baltimore really is cutting him tomorrow, like Adam Schefter said it. So it would seem that credible because Schefter's the one who put it out there. But I think when you have so many other positions, I mean, they offered him, what, 16.5 in the regular season, and he turned it down?
Yeah.
I don't think, again, I'm not trying to besmirch Allen Robinson. He's a guy you want on your team, but he's also more of a possession receiver to me, which is valuable. Don't get me wrong, but to me, if you're making $20 million a year, like you should be Hopkins. You should be somebody or Stephon Diggs, even though he was a lower round draft pick. He's still taking the top off and going deep and fucking catching touchdowns for Josh Allen every week in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody like that, I could see giving $20 million a year. At that price, unfortunately, I would probably give him the transition tag and try to get something for him. And God bless you if you get $20 million from somebody else. Maybe we get some compensation.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily that we should believe these reports that he was asking for $20 million. We don't know that for sure.
That's a good point, but that was out there though.
Yeah, it was out there, but it was not. It didn't come from Brandon Parker, his agent. And I think that what happened with the negotiations is that the Bears knew that they had leverage. It's like, listen, we're offering you $16 million. Take it, and we've got a 4 or 5 year deal with you. Now, he maybe would have signed that if 80% of it was guaranteed. Maybe they're coming back and saying, well, only 40% is guaranteed. Well, then that is a royal fuck you, I
bet Allen Robinson would be interested to see who's going to be the quarterback before he signs here too.
Mm-hmm. Adeptus Serpuntus says a $20 million wide receiver doesn't disappear in games. Well, sometimes
that's true,
but sometimes a $20 million wide receiver will disappear in games if you got a quarterback who can't fucking find him or doesn't trust his arm to throw it when he's guarded. Allen Robinson is not a guy that creates a lot of separation because of speed. He does it with his physical abilities. And so you need a quarterback who is just going to have the guts. That's why Matt Stafford and Allen Robinson would get along really well because Stafford
Jay Cutler would have too.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. And then Jay's backup who played pretty well. What was Josh McCown? Josh was not afraid to throw it up for Alshon and Brandon. And those guys, remember that Dallas Monday night game?
The Ditka game. Go Bears.
There you go. There you go. So I don't know. I lost my train of thought because a couple of people gave me an attaboy in the chat.
Well, we were talking about Allen Robinson. You were saying he doesn't disappear. It's because the quarterback doesn't have balls.
Yeah. Here's what I think. I think that when you happen upon a player like an Allen Robinson, you gotta figure out a way to sign him to a contract. And I don't care. Okay, I go to him and say, hey, here is a $16 million 5-year contract. I'm going to fucking guarantee like 80% of it. This is a good deal for you. And I'll give you a player out. After 2 years, if you don't like the team because you're upset with the quarterback and you're not getting the numbers, you want to go somewhere else, you can go. I would make it so fucking friendly for him that he. And then the other thing about Chicago is a great town for players to make money with endorsements. And that didn't happen a lot this year because that whole market kind of dried up because of the pandemic. But if he signs a contract with the Bears, his fucking face is going to be on all sorts of insurance commercials, car dealer commercials and stuff. He's going to make tons of money. He loves it here in Chicago. He loves the city. I love him. I love guys like him and Marty Booker, guys who are good for 100 catches, reliable guys, and then you've got this Darnell Mooney guy who runs a 4.3, 4.4. That's the duel that I want. Just like I wanted Adrian Amos and Eddie Jackson at the safety position, I want A-Rob and Darnell Mooney.
I want Adrian Amos to tear his fucking Achilles tendon next week and miss the Super Bowl. I'm a bitter bastard. All he does is catch interceptions now that he's in Green Bay. I know he was on the bar room too, but I'm a meathead fan, and I'm rooting against you, Adrian Amos, wherever you are.
Are you serious? You really are, huh?
Yes, I am. The only Packer that went from Chicago, well, maybe two. Mm-hmm. I didn't hate Mongo, and I damn sure didn't hate Jim McMahon. But everybody else that's gone up there, and including, embarrassingly, I hated Mike Tomczak too when he went up there. And I should have appreciated Tomczak more, as I told you when Mike North had him on. But yeah, if somebody goes up there, I just fucking hate them, man. And I hated Wilbur Marshall in Washington. So I'm a meathead, I guess, when it comes to that kind of stuff. Isn't it funny, though, whenever we get a Packer and they come here, they always suck? But if the bear goes up there, they're usually good, like Amos or we get Edgar Bennett though. It's like,
well, let's see. McMahon went up there and didn't play that well.
yeah, but he was just he went up there to be Favre's backup, so he wasn't going up there to play.
McMichael, he didn't do anything up there.
He was 40 years old. He was stealing money. But look at Adrian Amos as an example. Like, he goes up there balling, but we get Edgar Bennett or Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham did okay, though. He had, 8 touchdowns plus 1 in the playoff game, but he was okay.
People agree with you in the chat room.
The Bears could have used him more, for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. No shit. All right, let's turn our attention to the defense because I think.
Could I ask you one more question about offense first?
Sure.
If you don't mind running through this. Just quickly. Gut feeling, then, on our free agents.
Mm-hmm.
I say Trubisky's gone.
Yep.
I say Allen Robinson's gone.
No.
So you think, regardless of how or why, you say he'll be back, though, right?
I got a feeling. Because
I think he's gone.
What do you have at the wide receiver position?
I'm not saying he should be gone. I just think he is gone. I think he will be gone.
I think that you're then, I'd have to study what the wide receiver list for free agent wide receivers looks like. But I think that if you lose him, you don't have anything. Anthony Miller is not an answer. Javon Wims.
You think he's gone?
Yes, I think him and Anthony Miller.
I would think Miller should be gone, but something tells me he'll be back just because he was our draft pick, and they'll want to give him every chance to make Ryan Pace right.
I don't think so. I think that is sort of this new collaborative environment at Alice Hall is that they're going to have some serious talks and admit, hey, that was a mistake. I think that, Nagy is in Pace's ear saying, you made a mistake with Mitch Trubisky. You made a mistake with Anthony Miller. We got to get rid of these guys. And I think Pace is going to say, yeah, okay. Now fuck me in the ass some more.
I wish that he would say, well, maybe you should have played Riley Ridley some, then you asshole.
Really? Yeah.
Maybe there should have been Ridley going deep. My draft pick, my 4th round draft pick instead of my 7th round pick in Javon Wims.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or Anthony Miller, he's been a complete and utter bust. He was supposed to be Steve Smith. That's the way they sold him. He was Carolina Panthers Steve Smith. Or he played Baltimore as well. But yeah, he's nothing like that. Nothing at all like that. And okay, so let's go to defense. I think though, in the end, Mitch is gone, Robinson's gone, and Miller will be back. And I think Jimmy Graham is probably gone too.
Yeah, and Bobby Massey is gone.
Oh yeah, Massey's gone, and Leno could be gone.
Leno will not be gone.
Effetti's gone too, I think.
Effetti is
he had a 1-year deal. I bet he doesn't come back.
Yeah, I agree. I think Effetti will probably get offered a better deal elsewhere than what the Bears will offer him. So Bears are going to have some problems. They need a right tackle. I know people don't want to hear it, but Leno's going to stay at least one more year.
I could see him being a casualty cut, though. I really could.
The thing is the only way Leno is going to be cut is after June 1st, after the draft. If they walk away from NFL free agency and the draft saying, okay, we're set at tackles at the two tackle positions with so-and-so and so-and-so, then they'll drop Leno and save $2 million in cap money. Big deal. It's a fucking $2 million. No, it's more than that. It's the cap hit is $2 million. So my feeling is because he had one of his better seasons, Leno did in 2020, and because he's reliable. Guy shows up all 16 fucking games. He plays. He's there.
I agree with you. He's not. He answers the bell. And I'm not saying they should move. I could make an argument on both sides is what I'm trying to say.
Adeptus says Leno will stay if Edie's gone. He's going to get paid somewhere else. I agree. He also says cut Leno for cap to start Coward.
No, you don't want Coward.
No fucking way.
I strongly oppose Coward. I think I could be wrong, but I would think that the only people sold are Mustapher, Daniels, and Whitehair.
Mm-hmm.
That's if they could get one of those guys to go to right guard rather. And because I don't know if maybe you want James Daniels to stay at left, maybe you want Cody to stay at left, but the other ones then got to go to right guard and you keep Mustafa at center. That's what I would envision. And I would say both tackle spots are open. Now, maybe that involves Leno coming back, but I'm just saying I don't think it's a certainty that he is, though. And I think Massey and Ifedi are gone.
Massey and Ifedi gone. Yeah, I would say
and
that.
I think Alex Bars is a good reserve now. He's got all this playing time under his belt, and he could be a guy coming off the bench that could help you out in a pinch. And Spriggs is gone. Jason Spriggs is gone, too.
You know what's interesting about when you look at the list of quarterbacks who were sacked the most in 2020? You want to take a guess on who was sacked the most?
We know it wasn't Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
We know it. In theory, it should have been Phillip Rivers, but the Bears didn't even touch him either.
Oh, my gosh. Phillip Rivers is really low down in the list.
He can't even move, but yeah. Okay,
he gets rid of it. That's
the
the thing about Rivers.
Watson took a beating.
Watson is third on the list. He was sacked 49 times, and that's with Laramie Tunsil as his left tackle.
First round draft pick at left tackle.
Some of the former barroom people really wanted Tunsil so badly.
Wasn't he the weed guy?
He was the guy that was wearing the mask. They released a video of 10 minutes before the draft started. It's like somebody was fucking with him big time. Russell Wilson was sacked 52 times. Carson Wentz 50 times. Deshaun Watson 49 times. So 2 out of the top 3 quarterbacks who was sacked the most are superstar quarterbacks, Wilson and Deshaun Watson. So, and then let's, as you scroll down, I'm trying to find the Chicago Bear quarterback. Mitchell Trubisky was sacked 19 times. He's 28th on the list. And then
but he missed 7 games though, because Foles started 7 games.
And then Nick Foles is 32nd on the list, 18. So you add those up, 19 and 18. What do you get?
37.
There you go. So much less than Wilson, Wentz, Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, 45, Matt Ryan, 41, Kirk Cousins, 39. So this Bears offensive line that everybody's fucking complaining about, it's awful and so forth. Apparently, they're better at protecting the quarterback than the Seahawks and Eagles and Texans offense.
And I'm going back a couple hours now, but going back to the Nagy talk, when you brought up Philly, it made me think of it. If they're going to fire Doug Peterson, I said this last week, within 3 years of winning a championship, and they say it's not good enough, you have to go. Then why are we keeping Nagy? I mean, what has he done? Like, to me, Doug Peterson's 10-1 over him, and they let him go in Philly and said that's not enough. So we should have gotten rid of this guy too.
Yeah. Adeptus makes a really good point about those sacks, is that those quarterbacks, they hold on to the ball for a long time. So yeah, that's true. I mean, Russell Wilson is running around for 15 hours back there, and a lot of times he eventually gets caught and sacked. So that's a good point. And so many of these quarterbacks who don't get sacked that often, and it isn't because of the offensive line, it's because the offense is designed to get rid of the ball quickly, and that's definitely what the Chicago Bears did. So that's definitely a good point.
Well, that's what they tried to do, but they still gave up 37 sacks.
That's right.
And Tyler Bray probably got 1 or 2 in there the little brief time he was in.
That's right. All right, so we're there's nobody in planet Earth that is going to disagree with the firing. Let's call it what it was. It's a firing of Chuck Pagano, because Chuck Pagano would not have retired if the defense would have played well.
OB says he told him basically he was quitting because fuck you, I'm not the scapegoat.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
I don't either. I think they told him, look, man, just say you're retiring, because we don't want to tell everybody you're fired, but you're fired.
Yeah, I that's exactly what it is. You got 2 choices, bro. you want to get fired or you want to retire. So I'm sure, I don't know what his contract was like, but I'm sure he's getting paid, and he's got to realize that he just did not do a good job. And there's talent on this Bears defense. It should not have regressed, despite the injuries and everything that happened. It should not have played as poorly as they did the last half of the season. The first half of the season, they were great, but to give up 5 touchdowns in back-to-back games,
even when they were quote unquote great early in the season, they were giving up an enormous amounts of yardage.
That is concerning too, because your offense can't score points if they're not on the field. So
and it didn't matter who they played. If it was 3rd and 15, the other team always picked it up. Always. The only way they ever got a stop was when it was like 3rd and 1. They were good on short yardage, but never on long. Like if it's 3rd and 15, 3rd and 12, the other team would always get the first down. They could have been playing the Jaguars, and they would have. Mike Glennon was throwing the ball in the first half.
He had a good first half. That's true.
Yeah, first half.
Right.
Yeah.
Our Bickham says Nagy in Chicago is starting to remind me of Jason Garrett in Dallas. Oh, God.
Or Rich Kotite in Philadelphia.
Oh gosh, yes.
Or New York. I think he went to the Jets too, and they were really terrible with Boomer Esiason in there.
All right. So I don't want to get into a big discussion about, potential defensive coordinator candidates. I just will say that it is imperative that they take a good look in-house so that they can have some continuity and not bring in a whole new defense. And this Jay Rodgers guy, former college quarterback, he's worked hard. He's well-liked. He's the defensive line coach. He's done a great job. I think it was John Fox that brought him in. He did a great job in turning Akeem Hicks into an all-pro caliber player. Some of these other guys, Bilal Nichols and Roy Robertson Harris and stuff, he's gotten a lot out of those guys. And so maybe he's the guy. And that way you can.
There's another guy there too that's been there since Tressman was there.
Sean.
That's him. Sean something.
Yeah. The thing that worries me about him is Desai, I believe the pronunciation of his last name. The thing that worries me about him is he was the defensive backs coach. So it's not like you can look back and say, wow, Eddie Jackson has really flourished these last 2 years since.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, but apparently he's a hot commodity. A lot of people are thinking about him as a DC, and so
Can I read you a tweet real quick?
Please.
You remember Sam Acho?
Yeah.
At the Sam Acho, the Bears don't have to look far for their next defensive coordinator. Sean Desai has been ready for the role for years. He was Vic Fangio's right-hand man for 4 years and helped craft that defense to greatness. Smart, talented, knows ball, has all the credentials. All he needs is an opportunity.
So that's Sam Acho, not Emmanuel Acho. Sam.
Sam Acho, the former Chicago Bear.
Excellent. Well, he would know a lot better than me. And so I would just the fact that they have been coaching with the Bears the last few years, I would make them as my preferably number 1 and number 2 candidate because I would like to hire from within to keep some continuity.
The Saints, by the way, Detroit is expected to hire Saints assistant head coach Dan Campbell as their next head man.
Mm-hmm. And then you mentioned Wade Phillips last week, right?
Yes.
And Hugh Evans says Wade is willing to come out of retirement for a year if need be. He's desperate to get back out there and coach. At 73 years old, he would be a good 1 or 2 year kind of
or the dirty fuck double G Greg Williams. Say what you want. Wherever he goes, the defense is usually good.
Yeah, but look at what he did. Look at what he did, calling.
That was 12 years ago. He's had a lot of jobs since then.
Yeah, but I wasn't even referring to that. You're talking, of course, about Bounty Gate. He was behind that. What I was referring to is that he calls an all-out
thing with the
all-out blitz. Yeah, it's like, dude,
we should have had some all-out blitzes this year with the Bears.
Yeah, but you don't do it on the final play of the game when all you got to do is play a little prevent defense and you win the game. So.
Yeah, so the guy made a mistake, but I'm just saying, like, if you told me the Bears hired him, I wouldn't be like, oh, it's horrible, because I think that's what the Bears are missing is some gritty, just tough kind of defense. Like the defense is soft, just seems fucking soft to me, and then like they get no pressure. I want the defense to be more intimidating,
But I don't know. I don't see. I'll have to do some more studying on this. I just don't see in today's NFL there being. I think that pass coverage and having defensive backs who can cover a long time, I think that's become more important than getting pressure on the quarterback because the quarterbacks are getting rid of the ball before the defensive linemen are out of their stance.
I got a name for you. This is digging one up out of the grave, but he was an excellent DC and a shitty head coach, but he was a head coach for like 20 fucking years. How about Marvin Lewis?
Yeah, his name is been out there that he's ready to come back, and I don't know.
He did great with Baltimore.
He did. He did.
I mean, the 2000 defense was at that time being compared to the 85 Bears, which is bullshit. But that's what we stole in 01 because they had Sam Adams and Tony Siragusa up front, and we countered that with Ted Washington and Keith Traylor, which is what helped Urlacher earlier in his career. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to, again, Marvin Lewis, a guy that's been on the defense that had the quote unquote chip on their shoulder, which is what the Bears don't have ever, it seems.
I kind of agree with Spiros, who says Marvin Lewis is the same thing as Chuck Pagano, a former fucking head coach who has been away from defensive coordinating for a long time. Bring him in. He's going to have old schemes or use the newer schemes in an inappropriate way. I'm adding to what Spiros just wrote there, but
Spiro Agnew's in the chat room.
Spiro Agnew, no contender.
The vice president of the United. Okay.
So, and Adeptus is that Pagano has been riding the Baltimore hype for 20 years, or excuse me, Lewis has been riding that Baltimore hype for 20 years. Why didn't Marvin Lewis get fired like 10 years?
20, before in Cincinnati. I have no idea. It's almost like the way the president loves Vladimir Putin is the way the Bengals owner loved Marvin Lewis.
Yeah, really. All right, so you're with me though. Interview these guys in-house first, and there's a report by The Athletic that there's some guy named Gannon that the Bears
Gannon?
No, not that Rich Gannon. Some other Gannon who is another one of these hot commodity position coaches that people are saying this guy's ready to be a DC. So I can't really comment. He's with the Colts now, so they asked Greg Ballard for permission, and I guess they don't really have to ask for permission given that he's a position coach, and if you've got the ability to move up, if you're interviewing for a position that's above the current position that you have, you're going to get permission from the team. So this Colts defensive back coach is supposedly interviewing with the Bears. So we'll learn more about him and maybe talk about him next week. By next week, I think we're going to have a DC in the fold. So whoever it is, we'll talk more about him and do some research. Let's talk about what are your major concerns about this defense. I think like 7 of the 11 starters this past season are age 30 or more, and next season Khalil Mack will be 30. So age is
that's my number one. Well, let me just say I was liking Mario Edwards, but he's been suspended 2 games now and probably won't be back. You would have to think. But number one concern, I would say, is can you make Khalil Mack worthy of his contract? I don't know at this point. And I know for some reason that, again, comes with so much hate from people. I don't know why when, he's making the Pro Bowl, but so what? It's a reputation. When Leonard Floyd, I wish they had asked, Ryan Pace and, like, You wanted to move on from Floyd. How is it Leonard Floyd can go and have more sacks than Khalil Mack, but in your scheme he's getting 2 a year? Why is that? I mean, I would say it like I wouldn't say it disrespectfully. I wouldn't.
Of course not.
Do it in a dick. Well, but it's a valid question, and nobody asked it. Now, to be fair, the media was pretty hard on them in a good way. So it's not like they were just lobbing them softballs the other day or last week now. But I don't remember anyone asking about Leonard Floyd. Just wouldn't that be something? He's a free agent again. Ryan Pace brings back Leonard Floyd.
Right.
He signed a 1-year deal. Now, I don't think he would do that. But how does he have more sacks than Khalil Mack? That's a bad look for you. It's a bad look for your scheme.
Yeah, that's a horrible fucking look. And I think that is probably why.
And I don't even mean Robert Quinn. I mean Khalil Mack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your sack man is not a sack man anymore.
What? How many sacks did Mack have? He had 8.
8.5, maybe
8.5. So Leonard Floyd had just as many sacks as both Quinn and Mack. That's a bad
I think
look.
Floyd had over 10, right?
I thought he had 10.5, but either way.
Oh, you were saying combined. Yeah. The two. I get it. Yeah.
That's a pretty fucked up situation, man.
It is. You've got to have pressure. You have to have pressure. I don't know. That's my biggest concern. And whatever we were doing with Trevathan in coverage can't be done next year. And that's if I'm tangibly pointing to things I don't want to see ever again is Danny Trevathan always being burned in pass defense. And I don't want to see Khalil Mack on a 3rd and 6 or 7 on the sidelines winded, or being beaten one-on-one by a backup left tackle, or not getting there. Those are the things that need, something has to change.
Right.
What's Trevathan's ability to be cut in terms of the salary cap?
Not good. Not good. I looked at that this weekend. Not good. He's definitely going to be back next season because this is one of those off seasons because of the salary cap thing that it's going to be really, really hard to abandon players that are under contract and take that $10 million, $8 million cap hit. This season is really, really bad for that. So, I mean, he's a serviceable body. What I would think that they should do if I'm the new defensive coordinator and I'm studying all the tape from 2020, I'm going to say to myself, well, clearly he's not a 3-down backer anymore. It's just, there's no fucking way. So it's going to be better for him if he's only playing on those 1st and 2nd down positions. And then you take him off the field and you bring in that dime defensive back, that extra guy that Deion Bush played well at times. Or you look at some other solutions, one of a backup linebacker who can cover better, but his coverage skills have deteriorated. And who knows, maybe a lot of it had to do with the fact that it looked like he was out of shape when he came back. Perhaps during COVID, he wasn't doing a good job of staying in shape.
Didn't the whole team seem out of shape?
Yeah, I agree. Again,
I mean, I'm not in shape, so I'm not trying to point the finger, but even we both love Akeem Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
Akeem Hicks, it's times, just in the belly region, kind of looked like he could have been me if his stomach was white.
Well, and that's the problem with extending his contract. He's got 1 year left on his deal. The thing that worries me about Akeem is that at his weight and with the issues that he has had with injuries, at his age, is it really a good idea to extend them? And now I love the guy. I
do too.
I want to purchase a Hicks jersey.
I have a Hicks jersey. I have the blue one.
You fucker. So from a business standpoint, he might be a good cut this season, or if
he should be somebody you could trade. If I'm not saying I want him traded, but he's somebody that's good enough that a contending team would say he could be a piece to help get us over the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still think if he got in really good shape, that he could be a force still. And you have to think that Mac could be as well. I know he's 30 and I know he's got a variety of ailments that seem to nag him every week, but goddamn, like this motherfucker went away quicker than anybody I've ever, like Steve Francis, slam dunk champion. And then 2 years later, his knees are shot. That's kind of like the same thing here. He's worthy of 2 first-round picks, and now he can't beat backup left tackles against the Packers.
The former vice president, Spiros, is saying, dude, Akeem Hicks is a defensive tackle. He's supposed to look like that, but he didn't look like that in 2018. It was in 2019 that all of a sudden he looked like 20 pounds heavier. And then this year he looked even heavier than that. So he's gained weight. There's no doubt about it. And I understand that defensive tackles are supposed to be bigger guys, but not necessarily. You look at the guy from the Indianapolis Colts. He's 6'7", DeForest Buckner. I mean, he's a defensive tackle. This guy, it looks like fucking Tarzan. So the position has changed. You can't say Aaron Donald and Akeem Hicks, who play pretty much the same position, that 3 technique position. You can't say that Aaron Donald looks as fat as Hicks. I don't see that.
Well, that's almost not a fair comparison. Though, Donald is a Hall of Fame player. Hicks is very good, but it's probably not a fair comparison, to Donald though with Akeem.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the days
you can't minimize Akeem's impact just because he's not as good as Donald. Not that you were. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. That's all.
Yeah, but my point is that the days of big defensive tackles, that's not as common nowadays. Those big tackles. I remember when Danny Shelton was coming out in the draft. You got to get this guy. He's 330 pounds and he moves around like fucking Barishnikov or stuff. Hey, who the fuck knows where Danny Shelton is playing at nowadays?
I don't even know if he's still in the league. He was at the Browns.
Yeah, I think he's still in the league, but he's not. He's never lived up to that potential. So everyone wants to have a quick, fast defense, and yeah, you want strong guys who aren't going to get pushed off the line, and so that's why you want them to carry some weight and stuff. But quickness and speed is the thing now. And at that defensive tackle position, which is where a lot of teams are getting their sacks from, because the outside edge guys can't get to the quarterback in time because they're getting rid of the ball so quickly. You need a different type of guy. Logan Frost reminds me of Keith Traylor and Ted Washington. Those old days. He says he misses those guys. I missed them too, but it was a different league back then too.
I'm harping on Mac and the stuff I've said 100 times, but I mean, this guy was brought here to be a difference maker. And I'm sorry, at this point, like if he's not going to retire, but let's just say for whatever reason, he said, fuck it. I've had concussion scares. I'm pulling an Andrew Luck and I'm leaving, taking my ball and I'm going home. Then if at this point, 3 years into the trade, I would say that the trade was a failure on the Bears side. He had a good 2018. He disappeared in the playoff game. He disappeared in the playoff game for the Raiders against the Texans. I didn't remember seeing him last week against the Saints either. So he's done nothing in the playoffs. He's had 2 years where he did nothing. And I know he's been hurt. I acknowledge all of those things. But he was brought to us. He was sold to us as Lawrence Taylor coming here, essentially. A guy that was going to sack Aaron Rodgers and that was how we were going to beat Green Bay. He was going to wreck the game. He was going to create havoc. And he did in the 2 games in 2018. And he's done nothing since. Against Tampa Bay this year, against Brady. That's the only other game since 2018 where he was the difference maker. That's it. And I want him to be great. I don't think he's got it in him anymore. And I that baffles my mind. I don't want to believe that, but that's my heart says, come on, it's got to be coaching. But my head says this fucking guy's done.
He was on the injury list for, I think, 13 out of the 17 weeks that there was an injury report on. So do you think that those injuries are a big reason why? Management was asked if he's going to have off-season surgery. They said unlikely that he'll have shoulder surgery, but they weren't ruling it out, which in my mind says he's probably going to have shoulder surgery. But do you think that perhaps the injuries had something to do with his lack of, or the type of production, not having the type of production that you desire?
I wish that they would tell us what it was. I mean, I know they're not going to come in and really legitimately say, hey, Chuck's a fucking moron and he was killing Khalil Mack. I know they're not going to say that. But I wish that was kind of addressed in the press conference as well. And I think if I'm putting in a bulletin point here of like, okay, put in words what your number one concern on defense is. And for the new defensive coordinator, whomever he may be, I'm saying to you, please, we have to fix Khalil Mack. That's number one. Eddie Jackson needs to be fixed secondly. But Khalil Mack is number one in my book. We have to make him at least look like the player from 2018. Maybe not the whole season, but at least in a third of the games. Like, how do we get there? And then Eddie Jackson, like, I don't even, like, since he got paid, he doesn't even look like the same player. He looks scared out there. Like, he doesn't want any contact. So my concerns are Khalil and definitely trying to do something with Eddie Jackson. And then you got to get turnovers and sacks. That was the 18 team's whole identity, was creating turnovers. They probably had more turnovers in 18 than we've had the last 2 years combined. I'm guessing that. I don't have a stat to substantiate that in front of me, but I'm guessing that that's true. And it seems like a fair bet to me.
When we start talking about the defense, I get depressed because if they don't find a defensive coordinator that's going to get the most out of the Eddie Jacksons and the Khalil Macks and so forth, then forget about the quarterback position. I don't give a fuck who you get at quarterback. It's going to be 5-7 years before we really have the potential of having a competing team for for a Super Bowl, because it's basically rebuilding everything, defense, offense, everything.
That's why I really think, and again, I could be wrong, and we could be here next year and you say, Dan, see, I told you we should have hired Jay Rodgers, and look how great he was. And maybe you'd be right. On paper, I don't want a guy that's going to have to take Nagy's orders.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a guy that's going to call him sir. I want a guy that's going to come in and say, fuck, I've been here, I've done that. In theory, Chuck Pagano should have been that guy. I get it, and he wasn't. But that's why I advocated for someone like Wade Phillips, someone that's got a resume to say, hey, Nagy, you know what? Fuck you. We're blitzing on this play.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to play in his soft coverage, because who's to say that Nagy wasn't telling Chuck to call that shit? Like, we don't know. Like, I absolutely would not be surprised if Pagano gave, I mean, he's too good of a gentleman, but if he gave a tell-all interview somewhere on radio, that if he said, a lot of those coverages were being dictated by the head coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would that really surprise you?
No, not at all. It would not.
I just think he's lost, man. He doesn't know anything. And he's the only guy that, and again, he's better than Fox, because Fox was such a condescending asshole to the press. And you don't want the guy just to be a dick just because he can be. But Nagy, I've heard enough. He'll talk. He's like, if he were a politician, he'd be Pete Buttigieg, where he just talks for 30 minutes and says nothing of substance. Like, Pete Buttigieg tries to, like, what did Barack Obama say? And he literally even tries to patent his cadence. He tries so hard to be Barack Obama, but says nothing of substance, just platitudes and generalities. And I think that's Matt Nagy. And I've heard enough of him speak. I really have. I want him to win next year. I truly do, because if they lose, I'm interrupting my own point, but it goes back to the larger one. If you have a DC that's got some stroke, let's say the Bears come out 0-4 next year, maybe they can break the precedent and fire him in week 5 and be like, all right, we're going to this guy is not going to be our coordinator. But just as an example, Todd Bowles, Leslie Frazier, they're both going to be head coaches again. But I'm just saying, if you had somebody like that, you'd say, well, we're firing Nagy and we're giving the job to Todd Bowles. Or, like I said, Leslie Frazier, somebody that's got some credibility to where you think, if you fire Nagy, that maybe they can resurrect the season. And I wouldn't be surprised. The schedule's hard. His offense sucks. His scheme is horrible. He can't adapt to his personnel. I wouldn't be surprised if we came out 0-3 or 0-4. So I want a defensive coordinator that can get the job, and we could get rid of him as quicker than having to go through the whole season if he sucks. But all in all, I'm going to be rooting for him because he is the Bears coach.
Spiro says that Nagy doesn't interfere with the defense, that you're not making any sense. But I think Spiro's
he's the fucking head coach. You can't tell me if the head coach was like, Chuck, we don't want you playing. So we don't want the corners 7 yards back. You can't tell he doesn't have the fight. You don't think Mike Ditka, they got into a fight. I know it's a different era, but that's why he and Buddy got an argument in the Dolphin game, because he wanted them to drop back in nickel because Marino was beating the blitz and Buddy didn't want to do it. They fucking fought over it, or at least they almost fought over it. That's because the head coach was trying to, even to a legend like Buddy Ryan, was saying, hey, fuck it, I'm the head coach, and you need to make this adjustment. And I'm not saying that would ever happen with Chuck Pagano and Matt Nagy, but I think I am making a good point. And not just because I'm not saying it because it's my point. I could be talking on my ass on a lot of things. But on this point, I think it's fair to say that the head coach has the stroke to make, if he disagreed with Pagano's calls, he could have fucking told him, hey, I'm the head coach. We're going to run this instead. And it was the same shit for 2 years. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was happy. Oh, attaboy, Chuck. Go ahead and stay in that fucking, go ahead and drop him off way back. No bump and run. No, give him 6-7 yards every time. Let's play in a soft zone with no pressure. Let's do that. Let's play a fucking prevent defense 90 yards downfield the whole way. I don't mean to dismiss the vice president. I apologize if it came off that way. I wasn't being a dick. I just think I would not be surprised if Nagy was somehow culpable in those schemes.
Hugh Evans says,
Hugh Evans, the old NBA official?
No, that's Hugh Evans. This is Hugh Evans.
Oh, heavens.
Heavens. He says he probably did tell Pagano in kind of a passive aggressive way. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting is that the Bears defense started to really perform poorly around the time that Nagy gave up his play calling. and so maybe he was spending more time in the defensive room with Pagano telling him what to do.
I don't know how to fix it. I don't think they do either, though. I honestly don't. I don't know. I can't really tell you why they're here other than, although to be fair, George McCaskey said this wasn't true. I have to think it's money related. It has to be.
Oh, yeah.
I can't foster up another thesis of why they would be here or a hypothesis. Why would they still be here?
Well, who was it in your no, it was McCaskey in your media takes. He said, we are reluctant to pull the trigger, and I'm paraphrasing here, because we want to give these guys an opportunity. They're growing. They're getting better. It's just like Tom Waddle. When he first started in the radio business, he was terrible, but now he's great. And so from that standpoint, I could understand that. And I wish he would have aggressively said that at the press conference, saying they've made mistakes, but we feel like they have a lot of room for growth.
But Ryan Pace has been here since 2015.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
Yeah, he's been here since 15, and now he's going on year 4.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing is, so you look at their record over the last 3 years since you've had the combo of Pace and Nagy, and it's not a losing record unless you count the 2 playoffs. Even with the 2 playoff losses, it's not a losing record. So from that standpoint, you can
but you had a fluke 18 year. I hate to say that, but you've had 1 division championship since 2010, after 2010. So you could say that was an aberration. You're 12-4 in 2018, and since then you've been 8-8 both times. Maybe that was a fluke.
But maybe it's the 8-8 season where you didn't make the playoffs. Maybe that was the fluke because you had so many injuries and so forth. You've been in the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 seasons. So we want to give these guys another season to see if they can improve. There were mistakes made. The Mitchell Trubisky thing was a mistake, either with the selection of him or how he was not developed properly. There was a screw up there. And I'm just
probably both, honestly.
I'm just paraphrasing what I think they should have said. If it was me, I would have fucking not only fired them, I would have said, and by the way, redecorating Hallis Hall, Brian Pace.
Yeah, I said this, and I'm not trying to look at me, patting myself on the back. I'm not even going to say who I said it to. It was on the 100 proof because I'm not trying to say that I have more credibility than anybody else that used to be here that can't interact with us at this exact moment. But I will say I brought forth the proposition to one of those other gentlemen. I was like, man, I hope that this was going into the Eagle playoff game. And I said, God, you don't think that this is like the 2001 team, right? I mean, remember they were 13-3. They lost to the Eagles, and the next season they were fucking shit. And that person said to me, oh, no, these are 2 different situations. This team right here is built to last, and they're going to beat the Eagles and blah, 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 because this is that was kind of a fluky team and all, how the comebacks and Mike Brown. But this team right here is solid. This team right here is, they're going to get it done. This is a Super Bowl team. And I was hoping all that was true. And I'm not even saying that I was right so much as I did ask the question that it did. I was afraid that it was a fluke at that time when we were going through that. Like, I hope this is real and sustainable. But again, not trying to say that I'm any better than anybody else. I'm truly not.
Are you sure you're not trying to say that?
No, I swear, and I'm not denigrating anyone else's opinion.
I'm just playing with you. So, right now, we're at what date are we? We're January 18th,
19th now. It's after midnight.
That's right, January 19th, 2021. I gotta say this fucking Bears team for next season looks like it could potentially be one of the worst teams of this century.
I don't want to believe that. And you're probably right.
I don't want to believe
going into every year, whether it was 2002 or 1998, just off the top of my head, teams that were just fucking awful. 2004, 2016. Like, you don't want to believe this team's going to be 3-13 going into that year. So if this were September or August, I could probably give you some kind of argument, right or wrong, that they're going to, be in the thick of things again before at least a wild card. But where I sit right now, I mean, you're probably right. I mean, it looks bad. I don't know how, especially you look at that schedule. I know years are different. A team that was great in 2020 may be horrible next year, could be beset by injuries. Someone like Carson Wentz suddenly just falls off a cliff, or Khalil Mack, who can't play suddenly anymore to the way they used to play. And things can happen. The team is great this year, could be shitty next year, and it looks like a tough game now, and it's easy next year. But on paper, their schedule is daunting. And you put that with, you don't know who's going to be your quarterback. You don't know who your DC is going to be. You don't know what schemes you're running.
Yeah.
Boy, if someone picked them to be 3-13 in, USA Today or Sports Illustrated this year, I don't think I would be so mad at them.
I just wrote that in the chat that I think 3-13 next season is a possibility.
That was awful. That year, the 2016 team that we went 3-13.
Oh my gosh.
Fox should have been fired after that year.
Mm-hmm. Michael Diaz says, I can't believe I'm going to write this, but this does not get solved with the McCaskies. And he's right. It's just, as much as I want to give those guys the benefit of the doubt, McCaskey and Ted Phillips, I just don't think they got it in them. Nice guys. They know how to make money for the family. But Jesus Christ, if they were the head of the mafia, they'd be making money for the family, but the family would all be dead by now.
Like I said, at least our only solace is that we know George cares. He's not one of these owners that's sitting back, going through the motions and just wanting to turn a profit. And there are a lot of those, especially in other sports, baseball, for example, but and maybe some NBA teams too. But with the NFL, there's some as well. Like the teams that are okay with being mediocrity is okay as long as their checkbook is accruing daily.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that he wants to win. So at least that's something.
I agree with that. And I think, he loves his mother and he would love to bring her a Super Bowl before she passes.
Before she dies, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that played into it. Maybe he was like, my mom is, what is she, 97 now?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe she just had a birthday or is about to have a birthday. It's early in the year. So maybe he's like, fuck it, man. Let's just go one more time with this defense. Maybe we can get the defense playing well. And maybe somehow they turn it around on offense and we don't have to do a full rebuild, because maybe a full rebuild means she dies before they win.
Yeah. And by all accounts, she really likes Maddie and Ryan. They're like sons to her. So they didn't want to upset her and say,
if you could fire one of them right now.
Oh my gosh.
Who would you tell?
Just one?
If George was on our show and he said, guys, I'm drunk. Talk me in to making a move, but you can only get rid of one of them. Right now, fuck it. We're going to go back on the press conference. I've had it. I've listened to you talk. I've been drinking all night long. Mom wants a winner. I want a winner. Tell me what to do. I would say get rid of Matt Nagy. I would say even keep pace. Get rid of Nagy. That's who I want. I hate him. He's a nice guy, but he's unqualified to be the head coach of this football team. If I can make a move, I would fire him.
Oh man. Let me, hey, people in the chat, who would you fire? I want to get their opinion on this.
Yeah, Nagy or Pace, one or the other. If one of them had to stay, but you could get rid of one of them right now, who would it be? We're going to play like fantasy football, fantasy GM right now, fantasy front office.
Hugh Heavens says 100% agree with Dan. Nagy has got to go. He's in over his head.
Oh my God.
K. Bruce.
I don't even think he'll be an offensive coordinator after this. I think he'd have to be like the fucking tight end coach or something. I didn't mean to interrupt your next.
The QB coach. Wouldn't he be the QB coach?
I don't even know who wants him to help their quarterback.
K. Bruce says Nagy. Michael Diaz says Pace. Michael Diaz also adds Pace cannot make another draft decision. Mr. Mayhem says I would fire Nagy. Jasario says I would fire Nagy.
Going with Diaz real quick. How could I tell him he's wrong? But if I agreed with him, this is my question in regards to Pace. And let's see what you think about that. I don't want to hear. He even mentioned this on the fucking the press conference. I don't want to hear from Ryan Pace that we're going to select the best player on the board. You have to cater to this team's needs right now. You have to draft the best player available for your fucking team. Don't draft us another nickel, another Duke Shelley. We need offensive linemen for one. We went with a backup. We drafted a backup corner, because he was the best player available. We don't need the best player. We need to fucking fill our holes. And he says that every year. And that's why every year he has bad drafts, because he picks whoever he thinks is the best player available, but it ignores what the Bears actually need on their fucking team. Like last year, it was obvious we needed help on the offensive line, but what did they do? Almost everybody they drafted last season was from the defensive side of the ball, with the exception of the tight end. Gabe Karimi was drafted last year. The kid from Notre Dame, the guy that fumbles all the time. Help me out. What's his name? 85.
Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet, right? Not Gabe Karimi. Another failed draft pick.
Adeptus says, I'm keeping them both, but getting a better offensive coordinator. I don't know.
I don't think Nagy's going to let that happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the problem is his ego.
Oh, my God. Where's the guy from Oregon, Helfrich? We need to get him on the radio.
Yes.
We need Mark Helfrich on Bears Barroom next week.
I think he signed a non-disclosure agreement when they kicked him out the door.
I wouldn't be surprised. Why hasn't he spoken on what happened? He was offensive coordinator and he wasn't even allowed to call a play.
Unbelievable. Mr. Mayhem says that Nagy should be the water boy.
I wouldn't have any objections to that. He should be the fucking unpaid intern.
Adeptus goes on to says that Pace's draft decisions have increased in quality since Nagy started getting input in player selection. And so that was a big theme at that press conference, is that there was a certain amount of confidence that they can make the right quarterback decision moving forward, because Nagy is going to have input. And when Nagy was asked about it, he says, not only me, but also the coaching staff and so forth. But Phillips, McCaskey, and Pace himself said, got total confidence. We're going to get this right because of the collaboration between me and Matt, and we'll have that. So,
but doesn't this kind of feel like Fox's last year when they were sort of afraid to go to Trubisky because they wanted to win because he knew his job was on the line?
Yep.
So aren't they going to stay? If Foles is the starter, aren't they going to stay? Even if they draft a quarterback, let's say the 20th pick or maybe the second round, maybe they go with an offensive lineman, a tackle, and because you could probably get a day one starter with the 20th pick in the draft, for a left or right tackle, potential, maybe a right tackle, but either way, that's plausible. So let's say they draft a quarterback in the second round. Couldn't you see them just sticking with Foles no matter what? If he's the starter, because they're trying to keep their jobs and not develop the other guy at all?
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm afraid it's not going to work. The same reason I thought they should have just let Fox go that first year and just start from, it's just, fuck, man. It's just like the reason you get a divorce. Just you start anew, get this over with, as opposed to just having the same fight for like 5 years, before you do it.
And getting back to the defense, well, you want me to answer that question? Who should go? I don't really have an opinion. I want them either both to go or both to improve. I don't know.
Who do you think is worse? I guess. Let me rephrase it then. Who do you think is worse at their job?
I think that I hate Nagy's ego, and I don't trust Ryan Pace's player personnel decisions. Paying for Robert Quinn, that was just stupid. Everybody knows that when they drafted Trubisky, I was upset about that. So
Quinn had a better playoff game than Mac, by the way.
yes, he did. He had an excellent playoff game. In fact, Quinn played better in the last 2-3 games of the season than he was just getting better. I don't know why, but I guess if I had to make that decision, I would probably say I'd start at the top. And Ryan Pace, you got to go. Take your shit. Take your fucking pictures on the wall and all that shit.
All right, let me ask you one more question. Who do you think is most annoying with their cadence and their diction when they speak, like their dialect? Pace sounds like a kid. I know he's from Texas, but he sounds like he should be in Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Sean Penn. And Matt Nagy, like just to hear him talk makes me want to punch a wall.
I've gotten sick of Matt Nagy because we hear him so much and he doesn't say anything. And Ryan Pace, I've always wondered, what is it that Bears management saw in this guy during the interview because of the way he talks? It doesn't.
I hate the way he talks.
Really. Barlissimo is wants to answer the question. He says
George is awake.
George,
what time is it in England? It's like 6 a.m. over there.
6:15.
Right?
He says 6:20 now. He says that Ted Phillips is the first guy to go. And
that seems to not happen though. He trusts Ted. I don't know why, but he trusts Ted.
They care about the money, man, and Ted is bringing the money in. That's it.
So going back to your mafia analogy, yeah, I mean, he's kind of like Robert Duvall. He's the consigliere, right? I mean, that's why he's not getting rid of him. He's like Tom Harkin's not Tom Harkin. What was his name of the Godfather? Tom Harkin's a politician. Tom Hagen. Tom Hagen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the trusted Marlon Brando's right-hand guy. That's Ted Phillips.
That's right. That is.
The only thing that changes is Al Pacino gets on at the top of the helm and says, "Tom, you're out when we go to Vegas and Godfather 2, and you're not even coming back for Godfather 3 because you're not going to like your payoff." So.
Don't you think that should have been another question asked of Ted Phillips? Hey, there were stories going out there that you were going to retire. Was that just a rumor, or what are your plans in terms of sticking around with the Chicago Bears and fucking the franchise up? I mean, doing your job. They should have asked him that.
Yeah. Well, I get that's a valid question, but again, it's harder to ask somebody that even on a Zoom call. You're not face to face, but you kind of are.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like it's what I was going back to the Charles Leno thing about 2 months ago. It's hard to denigrate somebody when you're talking to them face to face. Even if you think that you're going to say this, do you really have the temerity in you to say it? Like that Jason Leisure guy would have, or Dan Weeder would have. He'd have said it nicely, but he would have been. He's always got a fucking cloud over his head.
Yeah, so. I invited Jason Leisure to be on tonight's show, but he never responded. Fucker.
Jason Leisure thinks we're bums.
He must. I like him. I like his writing. I like his gutsiness, but he never responds to my request to come on the show. So.
Yeah, isn't it terrible that the one beat writer that was here when Lovey was here went to Atlanta? He died. Vaughn McClure.
Yeah, Vaughn McClure.
He was really young too. He was in his 40s.
Correct. Very well loved. I don't think they've given a reason for his death and why he passed away, but that was a shocker.
And you told me Moon Mullen has cancer, right? Because I was like, where the fuck is John Moon Mullen anyway?
Yeah, that's the story that I heard, which hopefully he's doing better at, but I haven't heard.
Moon Mullen always thought we were 10-6 going into every season. That's why I loved Moon Mullen.
Berlismo says that George is sitting on a comfortable boat on a lake, doesn't rock the boat. He's a don't rock the boat guys. That's all he wants. We don't have oars or a motor. We don't have any sails, but hey, it's comfy and safe in here.
So we need someone to kill him like Fredo. No, I'm kidding. Especially with the political climate. Oh my God. I don't mean that literally. I was again joking within the frame of The Godfather.
Yeah. If Mr. McCaskey passes away tomorrow,
oh my God. I'm kidding. I'm so fucking kidding. Bears Barroom inspires riot.
That's right. Every time I'm telling our followers here, every time the Bears are playing and I get a text from Dan saying that fucking Khalil Mack, he can't do shit. And a couple plays later, he gets a sack or something.
That I will eat that sword every damn. If I can inspire him to play better by talking shit, then okay. I would let Khalil Mack punch me on Bears Barroom video if it meant that he would fucking have 10 sacks next year.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Let's do that. I'll reach out to Khalil and say, Khalil, we'll raise $5,000 for your favorite charity, and you get to punch Dan Aguirre in the gut if you get 10 sacks next season.
God. I would hope that I would be taking the punch.
Yeah, right. The $5,000 will be more difficult to do.
Well, I just meant like I want him to succeed. Like I want to lose the bet. I want to lose the bet. I don't want him to underperform.
Khalil Mack, according to Bellissimo, he can't do shit because he's being asked to just rush in the lane. That's easy to plan for. And I agree with Bellissimo. It's like, it's so fucking predictable what he's doing. How come we don't see Khalil Mack more stunting? Why don't we see him at that defensive tackle position? Why don't we see him being used in more creative ways? I don't want to see him dropping back into pass coverage. I want him going after the quarterback, but going after him in unpredictable ways.
Can I say, I don't want you to be mad at me when I say this, so please don't be. Okay. I feel like it's Pulp Fiction, like when he asked John Travolta asked Uma Thurman, like, you have to promise not to be mad at me. She's like, wait, how can I fucking promise that when I don't know what you're going to say? But I'm asking you to not be mad at me. Politics aside, I think George should be on air. George knows what he's talking. I don't mean McCaskey. I mean Bellissimo.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Bellissimo should be here with us. I mean, not necessarily right now. Mm-hmm. He could be right now. I don't care. I'm saying he knows his shit. I agree with what he just said, and I thought you and George together were good. So there you go.
Well, thank you for saying that.
I thought George knows his stuff. I listen to him on Cap when he comes on. George knows what he's talking about.
George does know what he's talking about.
And that's not a shot at anybody else. Phil knows what he's talking about too.
Yeah, and Bellissimo replies saying, I love you guys, and Bellissimo knows we love him. And we got to talk
he's the
about
guy, a good parent, raising kids.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he has my utmost respect. Both of them. Phil too. You know?
Phil.
Well, there was at least it seemed like at the time that I could be wrong, but reading the temperature of when I would be, kind of involved, but kind of not involved. It seemed like some people thought George sucked and some people thought Phil sucked, but most people were on Phil's side, honestly. But they thought that George was kind of like you couldn't like both of them.
Really? I never got that.
With a lot of people, they're probably the people that followed Phil, honestly. But
what if Phil's burner accounts? I hate you.
No. I didn't mean that. I meant the people that don't listen to you or me now, but just go to the other network. So I'm not trying to stir up any shit. I respect the fuck out of Phil and Shane and George. Is what I'm saying. I just feel like they were both good.
Absolutely.
Like, I thought Phil and Shane together, or Phil and George together, like on a draft breakdown or something, or breaking down the film, things like that would have been gold.
Totally agree.
Because they would probably have disagreed and they both could have made credible points. That would have been a fantasy show for me to listen to. Like, I would love to book that together, but I don't know. Anyway, my point was to praise George here.
Hugh Evans is writing, what are you doing? Are you trying to stir some trouble? No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that.
I swear I'm not trying to. My goal was to praise Bellissimo.
And he deserves the praise. Let's see what he says here. Some people like to decry others and tell people what to think. I just like to widen perspective and let people make their own decisions. Well done, brother.
Both of them can break down the tape much better than myself.
Oh, geez, I wish I had half the gifts that George or Phil had with that respect. I'm trying to learn, though. I've been doing some studying and so forth. Bellissimo says that he loves Phil too. Dude is a mensch. What's a mensch, Dan? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Maybe that's a cultural divide there.
I think it's a Jewish word for a really good guy, a guy that just will go out of his way to help and wears his heart out in his
Did
sleeve.
you say he's a Mitch, like a Trubisky? He's a Mitch? What's the word? How do you spell the word?
Mensch, Mensch, like it's a Yiddish word, I believe.
I have no idea. I apologize for my cultural ignorance.
I'm sure Bellissimo. All right, what other Bear stuff do you want to talk about?
I'm here, whatever you want to do. It's 1:30 East for me. Like I'm having a good time. Like I've not to bring the room down. I'm saying, like I told you, my friend Michael's brother, they found him dead in New York on heroin OD over the weekend. And today's an anniversary of my mom, not the full year, but she died on April 18th. So I saw my sister post about that. And so coming into the show tonight, I was kind of, just down, I guess. So this has been really fun for me. So I kind of don't want it to end, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, let's not let it end. I don't have to go to sleep until, let's see, what time is it? 12:30? 2:30?
Yeah, I'm gonna go home, maybe get laid, but at the very least, go home and watch some left-wing politics.
Ooh, what's her name?
It's the same lady I've been sleeping with. I told her, the Italian lady, Judy. I told her, I said, "You're gonna be available tonight after this podcast?" She's like, "Hit me up, and if I'm awake." So I might have a post-show celebration.
Nice. Well, do you mind recording some of it?
No, nobody wants to see me. I'm a fucking polar bear naked. Nobody wants that.
No, just the audio part.
No, nobody wants that either. Trust me.
Are you a talker while you're having sex?
I can be. I don't want to bare my soul on this specific topic.
Not tonight.
Not on this. I mean, everybody says some stupid shit when they're getting blown sometimes.
Like what?
Oh, fuck. You tell me. You've been getting head since before I was born.
Oh, yeah. The first time I got head, I was like saying, hey, can I have a cookie after this?
What the fuck?
No. Let's switch topics here. People are saying, hey, let's talk about Kindle Vildor.
You talk about fellatio, I talk about Vildor. Hey, he doesn't come to my head when I'm talking about head. Bad pun intended.
Yeah. What are we going to do at the safety position now? Gibson, he's a free agent, so that's another area of need that this team has. It's like
he played fairly well, honestly.
He played better than Eddie Jackson in the second half of the season.
Unequivocally, that is a fact. Eddie Jackson didn't have a good 19 either. It's like after that injury, when he had that game-winning interception at Soldier Field, he hasn't been the same player. Combine that with he seems to have lost his heart after he got paid. He lost his hunger, his desire.
Yep. What is going on there? I don't get it, man.
I don't know if the quote-unquote culture seems to allow these players to just be complacent on both sides of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the accountability issue that everyone is screaming about suddenly.
Yeah.
Even Wani of all people. Like, and I mean that, I don't mean that like, oh, I'm not saying, well, Wani, what about when years ago? I don't mean anything to do with his administration. I just meant on the radio, he's such a gentleman. Like he would never call out anybody. And even he called out Anthony Miller.
Bellissimo is saying that there's a safety by the name of Talanoa Hufanga. Talanoa Hufanga, and that we should
Did he
draft
grow
him.
up with Olin Kreutz? I mean, it sounds like a Hawaiian name to me.
It does, a Polynesian, right? And Bellissimo is saying that draft him and then move Eddie Jackson back into that deep center field position. This Hufanga is apparently an in-the-box safety who can get the job done, and that's what I want to see. I want to go back to the more traditional defense. Let Eddie play out there center field. Let him go for picks. He can't tackle. He doesn't want to tackle. He's not.
No, he's Deion Sanders tackle better than Eddie Jackson.
Oh my gosh. Deion Sanders wanted to tackle more, which wasn't much than Eddie does. It just doesn't work, man. It just doesn't work. I'm going to take a look at this guy, Bellissimo. Thanks for letting me know. He's with USC, Hufanga. You ever break down college tape, Dan?
No, I don't watch college football. I told you. Although, if I was going to watch a game, I would pay more attention to the West Coast teams.
Why?
I told you, I really just hate the fucking look and presentation and the music. Everything with the SEC on CBS makes me very unhappy.
Yeah, but
the announcing, the music, I hate that fucking song. I just hate it. I can hear it in my head talking about it right now. I don't like Georgia. I don't like Alabama. I don't like Florida. I don't like Auburn. I don't like any of those fucking teams. I don't want to watch them. I don't want to hear that song. Like, I don't mind the idea of USC, UCLA, something like that. That doesn't bother me so much.
But that's
Oregon,
where the talent is.
I just fucking hate that conference, man.
Man.
And those states, if we're being political.
You're dying to talk politics, aren't you?
I guess I'm trying to get people to hate me tonight. I don't know. No, I've kind of been wanting to talk about it because, some major things happen in the country, that we haven't gotten into. Right. But the only thing I'll say right now, because I'll wait till you properly transition to that, is that the night, our show, I think it was the night before the election. And to give you credit, you predicted this. Now, you didn't come out and say, hey, on January 6th, there's going to be an insurrection. But you did say, because I asked you the question, I was like, do you think if he loses tomorrow, there's some chance maybe Ivanka or Kushner or somebody gets to him and says, hey, man, we can win again next time. Be graceful. You're like, no, fuck no. It's not going to happen. There, I could see violence. You remember saying that? You said that.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I got to give you credit. You called that out. I didn't disagree with you. I was just hoping that, like I told you that night, I was like, whoever wins needs to put the other guy over so that we can have some sense of unity. And that meant even if Biden lost, I was all for none of the shenanigans of, I'll wait till you take it that way.
I want to let Bellissimo know, I think I might be able to get that all 22 of the Senior Bowl. So let's talk offline. All right, we're going to talk a little politics here. I know a lot of people.
George is not a fan of Donald Trump either, by the way.
Well, right now, it's hard to find a lot of people who are fans, although.
Not me. No. Not in a red state. Everybody here that I know.
Yeah.
I seriously know one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that I know everybody in the state. I know it's a smaller state. We've got 2 million people or whatever in my state.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that I know everybody. That would be obviously be an exaggeration. But of the people that I do know, I know one Republican, the guy that voted his whole life Republican, that said, fuck this. I can't vote for this. I'm voting for Biden. And furthermore, I don't know anybody that was a quote unquote staunch Republican, staunch Donald Trump person that in light of everything that's happened, whether that be the lie for 2 months and refusing to concede and making up all these conspiracies, that you lost under oath when you had to present evidence and there was no evidence, which they can never, ever concede that point. They had 50 opportunities approximately to present their case in court under oath. Everything else he's been saying has not been subject to perjury. So he can just say whatever the fuck he wants because there's no accountability. He doesn't have to atone for it. So, but having said that, the point is, I don't know one Republican that was a Trump train, baby. I don't know one Republican that said, oh, this has been too much. Oh, the Capitol? No, I can't advocate that. Everybody that did still does. I don't know one person that's renounced him since then. Hell, CBS had last night. No, I'm sorry. It was an NBC poll, not CBS. NBC poll had late last night, like 11 p.m. Eastern time. They released a poll. NBC did, saying that 71% of Republicans still approve of him.
Yeah, I saw that poll.
Yeah, so that's exact. The people that support him have not backed down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the scary part, because in light of all that coverage and all that violence and, the fact that they literally were there, that they would have even hurt Mike Pence. It's not that they were targeting Democrats. They were going after the vice president as well. And obviously the Speaker of the House. Even if it's somebody I didn't like, let's just say that, fuck it, man, we're going after Ted Cruz. Like, I hate Ted Cruz, but fuck, I don't want Ted Cruz to be attacked. So even if they were going after somebody that I don't personally like, oh, we're going after McConnell. On paper, sounds good, but not in reality. I can't stand Mitch McConnell. He's my least. I like Donald Trump better than I do Mitch McConnell.
Mm-hmm.
Although if McConnell votes, to convict him in the Senate, that'll go a long way with me. I don't know that he will. I'm just saying I need you to talk and I'll shut up. The overarching point is to say, I haven't seen anybody repudiate this guy that was his sycophant to begin with. Nobody.
I agree. I mean, I don't know what more to add. I think that part of the problem has been that nobody spoke truth to power, and the Republican Party allowed Donald Trump to perpetuate this lie, because it was a lie. After a week of gathering the evidence, everybody knew that the election was not stolen, but because
Bill Barr even said it's, quote, bullshit.
Exactly. But because Donald had the power of Twitter, he cast his spell over his followers. And because not many people, if any, from the Republican Party denounced what he was saying, that perpetuated what we saw happen, which was an attack on our nation's capital, which is one of the worst things that has ever happened in the history of this country. And
do you think if for 1 second, I'm going to take this away, it's going to upset some people. Do you think for 1 second, take the fact that they were Trump supporters out of it, let's just say for whatever reason, the people that attacked the Capitol, they weren't white, what would have happened? Well, I think there would have been a lot of black people shot to death if that would have been, let's just say, because a lot of right wingers are trying to lie and say, well, maybe that was Antifa. Get the fuck out of here. But let's just say it was a bunch of radical leftists, a bunch of I don't even know if Antifa is an organization in an official sense, but let's assume it was just for a moment. Let's just assume that was a Black Lives Matter presentation, if you will, on January 6th, for whatever reason. I don't think that they would have been allowed to get to the point of where they were. They would have been shot to death.
Well, I don't think that you're right. They would not have been allowed in because there would have been more of a police presence. The issue is that because it was MAGA supporters who are primarily white, they decided not to enhance security. If it would have
You're
been
being too nice. I didn't see anybody other than white people in any of those videos.
I saw a few. I would say 99%, more than 99% were white. But I
okay, well, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I did see, if I saw 100, I saw 0.2 that were black. But nonetheless,
Herschel Walker may have been there, but
that's right. Herschel Walker is a big Trump supporter. What I am troubled by the most is that we have got to a point in our society where there is now an alternate reality because we have allowed social media to go haywire. We have allowed alternative truth be presented to people, and that's just a way to get a lot of these gullible people to do stupid things, and that's what's happened. Trump masterminded the use of Twitter as a propaganda tool, just like Adolf Hitler did the radio and movies during the rise of the Third Reich. And that was what is scary now, is how are we going to correct this problem where people don't trust what has always been thought of as legitimate, fair-minded news organizations? Donald Trump has cast this doubt that there's all this fake news. And so people are out there getting the news that fits their political perspective as opposed to tuning into ABC News and New York Times, Washington Post, news organizations that for decades have been considered to be fair-minded, use journalistic ethics to report the news. And instead they're going to places like OAN. And if they're even turning away from Fox News, they're going to Newsmax and OAN.
Yeah, they're mad because they called Arizona for Joe Biden.
Right. So that's the scary thing, is how do we correct this problem? And I think there's going to have to be a lot of studying about how was Germany transformed and there's still Nazism in Germany, but it's contained.
I think most of them are here, though.
Yeah, right.
Well, they had an East and West Germany for what, 50 years after World War II?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
it kind of feels like, I'm not advocating that. It just feels like, remember John Edwards always said there are two Americas. I know he meant that in an economic sense, talking about the haves and the have-nots, which is why I like John Edwards, but we had to cast him into hell because he had an affair, which I'm not supporting, but because he was a flawed man, he had to go away if he's a Democrat. But when the Republican's a flawed man and wants to advocate the violent overthrow of our fucking country, then they still support the Republican Party over their own country, which I don't get. But so many of these people are the same individuals that I would see for years, my entire life, that would have the American flag and the Confederate flag together and fail to realize those are opposing ideals. I mean, it'd be like us. It's not the same, but I mean, if we had a Bears and a Packers flag, what? You can't be a fan of both. Like, well, maybe you can. Who was it? Fat Mike that loved Aaron Rodgers? No, Brett Favre. He's like, I'm a Bears fan, but I love Brett Favre. We'll get the fuck out of here. But I like Fat Mike. Let me just anyway. But there was a report during the 2016 general election cycle that Donald Trump, one of his favorite books going back to the 90s, was a transcribed version of Adolf Hitler's speeches. So, I mean, again, I was talking about that 4 years ago, and I didn't even vote for Hillary. I voted for Jill Stein. Had I been in a state where my vote would have quote unquote mattered, then maybe I would have just voted for Hillary, but I did not like her. I didn't. So I voted for Stein. Again, I knew that Donald Trump was going to win my state either way, but I was still saying that though, like, doesn't it alarm you that like this guy loves the speeches of Adolf Hitler? Like, to me, that's like, ooh, fascism. Let's pump the brakes. But these same people that try to say, oh, you don't even know what fascism is, are the ones that call me a communist. So, I'm rambling. Please say something.
No, I mean, I'm upset by what happened. And here's one of the things that happened during the football game yesterday at Sunday's late game when CBS was doing a promo of 60 Minutes and they had coverage of what happened at the Capitol. It was such a bizarre feeling. It's like we're all into the football game and really having fun, diverting our attention from what's happened. And then they cut in with this promo for 60 Minutes. And it's like a 15-second promo about this terrible thing, a coup attempt at our nation's capital. And the vice president was going to get hanged if they caught him. And Nancy Pelosi's life was also in danger. And so many other people, just the worst thing imaginable. And they do this little promo and then they move on. And also on 60 Minutes, Alex Smith returned from a life-threatening injury, and it's just being treated like it's something so trivial, and that it isn't one of the most monumental things that have ever happened in this nation's capital. And to me, I felt like weird about watching the rest of the game, and weird that we're all thinking about playing PlayStation and watching a movie later, and where we should be up in arms and just demanding better of our government than demanding better of the media and demanding better of one another. We're citizens of the United States. We've got a great thing going on here. Let's not fucking ruin it by, not paying attention to our democracy and
I have two things to say to respond to that.
Please.
One is I have an analogy with your reaction, the way you felt with the football. But first, a direct response to what you just said, which I agree with. It goes back to like 2002, I think, when Dick Cheney, who was our vice president at the time, was quoted as saying, it's okay, we can put this out. This isn't the direct quote, but the gist of it, we can put this stuff out because the American people don't read. So again, that's the opinion of that side. Even going back to 9/11 was that they can do what they want because we're not going to hold them accountable because, like you said, we're going to play PlayStation. We're going to be focused in on the Chicago Bears. We're going to do whatever it is. We're not an informed people. as a whole, at least not the way we used to be. And that is unfortunate. And like I admit myself, I distract myself with the Bears to try to hide from these kind of things because otherwise they're overwhelming. But my analogy for you is this. Did you see Borat 2?
Yes.
Okay. I saw Borat right around the election, whenever Amazon Prime put it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was the funniest shit ever. I thought it was so much better than the first one. And all the shots he took at Republicans, like they were like, he had the Republicans in the crowd chanting like kill the journalists like they do in Saudi Arabia. And I was like, God, look at these fucking fools, and I thought it was just so funny. And that how they were anti-virus. They had the march instead of the running of the Jew, they had the running of the American, and he was sick, and they killed Dr. Fauci and all these things. I thought was so funny in November.
Yeah.
And I watched it last night.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just working out. I was like, I rode the exercise bike for 8 miles. So that's, 2.5 hours, whatever. And so I just needed something to watch. And Borat second film was like an hour and 35 minutes. So I was watching it. Mm-hmm. And those scenes weren't funny to me now. Yeah. It's like, wow. Like as funny as this was to me in November, it's like, ooh, the people that were saying that, maybe that was real, because I always thought in the back of my head that I bet you this is still somewhat staged and not as real as Sacha Baron Cohen tries to present it.
Yeah.
But maybe that was real. And that's certainly real enough to where those type of people that would be yelling about killing journalists the way they do in Saudi Arabia, those are the people that were at the Capitol January 6th. And for people just to say, oh, they were a bunch of disorganized rednecks, that's not true. There's credible evidence to believe that several Republican politicians gave tours to these fucks on January 5th. They haven't come out and said who they were yet. And because they knew exactly where things were.
Right.
There's videos of that, them coordinating them. They had the fucking military equipment, for God's sakes. They had rope ties to tie people up. They had body armor. They had obviously had weapons because, we're the most weaponized country in the fucking world. So, I mean, it's just, this wasn't a bunch of disorganized rednecks is what I'm saying. The way it's being discredited on the right, they'll either say, well, it's either Antifa was involved, it was actually left-wingers, or, well, it was just a couple of radicals and they're not really us. Like, they don't want to take responsibility for it.
Well, of course they're not. I mean, that's a whole other topic that I'd like to spend another portion of a show discussing. But I want to react to what Adeptus put up in the chat. He said, Trump was the fuck the establishment vote. People don't like the status quo. If the DNC primary wasn't rigged, you see the same from the left, and Bernie would have gotten the executive power. And I totally agree with him.
Yeah, but I was a Bernie supporter, and I wouldn't have gone to the Capitol on his behalf to do a coup.
And I don't think that Adeptus is saying that.
I'm just saying the left wouldn't have done that. Like, we wouldn't have, let's go do this for Hillary or Bernie or Joe Biden. We wouldn't have done that.
Right.
Go ahead. My bad.
No, I just want to say that I saw a tweet, and I don't recall who it was from. It was from somebody I follow on my personal account, and a political person who said, what a lot of people don't get is that there is the corporate Republican Party, which is, let's say, it's the entire Republican Party. And there is the corporate Democrat Party, which is led by Barack Obama. It's led by Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and Hillary
Nancy
Clinton.
Pelosi.
Right. And then there is the liberal left, which is I'm a part of. And what this guy said is that what those two parties, the Republican and the corporate Democrats, is they don't realize really that they are being betrayed by the politicians that populate those parties, because they're fighting much more for corporate interests. And it is the liberal left, the wackos like me, who believe that both of those parties aren't doing us any good. And we're the only ones that kind of get it. And I've been saying that for decades. It's like, when Barack Obama first started running, I supported him because
me too.
Based on what I saw him say and do when he was a state politician here in Illinois, and he was against the war, and I thought that he was a true Franklin Delano Roosevelt liberal. But then
he sold out though.
Oh my gosh, I'm sending him a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there, and then I start reading that he's picking people like Lawrence Summers, who was Bill Clinton's financial advisor, not financial advisor, but he was on the cabinet for one of the economic posts and so forth. And he started to fill his cabinet with everyone Hillary Clinton would have. And I'm like, why did I send you money? You're Hillary Clinton. It doesn't matter who I would have voted for.
A team of rivals, Aldo. A team of rivals. That's what he was saying at the time.
You're right. They were
that's
a
when
rival for our
Hillary
fucking
to be
money.
The Secretary of State.
So Adetta says that he did 2 tours in Iraq and got a Purple Heart in Afghanistan. Thank you for your service, brother.
You're the fucking man.
Yeah, I hope that you're not suffering from any permanent injuries or discomfort from your injuries in the war.
If he were, neither side would actually do anything for him. And I say that against the left too. Who's actually saying, well, let's worry about the fucking veterans at the VA that need support right now? You had John Edwards or somebody like that at Howard Dean at the time that brought it up, but not even Bernie's really said that. I mean, again, my dad was in and out the VA my entire life. So that's a sensitive issue for me. And maybe that's why I'm biased, but I feel like it's almost like, and I don't want to make that point political, but I'm going to, how so many Republicans consider themselves pro-life. And I respect that. That's fine. That's your opinion. Like, I don't think that your opinion should be the law. I don't think because you want to be pro-opinion or pro-life should mean everybody else. But the point is, they want you to be pro-life. But when the baby's born, they don't want to do anything to fucking help the mom who needs assistance because she just had a kid. They don't want to help her. She's a bum. Pull your fucking bootstraps up, kid. You're 6 weeks old. Let's go. They don't want to have any help. So when the veterans, conversely, they go and do their 2 tours or 3 tours or 4 tours, especially during the W. Bush days, they were getting stop-lossed. And it would, you're coming home in August. Oh, sorry. You're coming home in January. Oh, sorry. And making them just keep going over and over and over without a break. And when they come home, they don't give a shit about them. It's like when the baby's born, they don't care. When the soldier's home, they don't care. They don't fucking care. And they're the ones who go around saying, oh, support the troops. But do they? I don't know. Maybe I'm off base here. I feel like neither party really cares about the man or the woman that comes home from the war.
I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you. And I just got to tell you, from a personal standpoint, I'm just like in the dumps over what is happening with our country now. And, I find myself like rooting for solutions that in my heart, I know aren't going to be nearly enough to correct the problems. Joe Biden, God bless him. He's going to be a much better president than Donald Trump, but he's not really going to do anything that's going to change the things that need to be changed.
Well, he may beat the pandemic though. He may get everybody vaccinated.
That
may
is
have
true.
us going to concerts again in the fall and to the Bear games.
I just look forward to going to a nice indoor restaurant and sitting back and drinking a couple martinis and flirting with the waitress and having my wife smack me in the face. I'm looking forward to those days again. Oh man. So, the inauguration is this week. What's the latest? It's going to be outdoors. Are there going to be any people there? Because I hear now they're like questioning the National Guard because they think that there could be members of the National Guard who are working with QAnon and some of these other right-wing terrorist organizations.
Right now, Washington looks like Iraq with the green zone. The way they have it sectioned off and broken down here, there. It's going to be. It looks like it's going to be outdoors because he wants to show a sign of strength, which, okay, I get that. You don't want to show the terrorists, the white supremacist people they won. I get it. But in this instance, I would almost rather them do a virtual one because A, you could talk about COVID and say, hey, it'd be safer for everybody involved. But B, I mean, you don't want another incident marred by one rogue person that attempts to do some sort of assassination. I mean, or whatever. I mean, it's awful.
It really fucking is. And the problem is going to stick with us, just like, Nazism took decades to contain. We're seeing politicians like the Josh Hawleys and the Ted Cruz. They're trying to position themselves into that Donald Trump type position. They seen the formula that Trump has
and
used.
that QAnon woman, the one in Georgia, the one in Colorado.
Yeah,
those two women.
I think the one in Georgia is the one that's going to be investigated for giving a tour to some of these.
I wouldn't be surprised because Trump was praising her too.
Yeah, so more to come on that. That's going to be interesting because.
Do you think any of these people will be held accountable?
I do.
I mean, and I don't mean just the assholes that were there. I mean the actual people in power that assisted them.
I do. I do think so, because I think that some of this videotape that's coming out now, I don't know if you saw the video.
The New Yorker?
Yeah.
The New Yorker video. Oh, yeah. It's awful. And they all say shit like, we're here for Donald Trump. It's okay. Like Trump tells it. Ted Cruz says we can do this when they're on the Senate floor.
Yes.
Oh, my God. It's hard. Like
it's fucking
I don't know how
unbelievable.
that's not a slam dunk.
Yeah. I think that's the evidence that's necessary. You just play that in the first day of the impeachment trial. Anybody that fucking says that the president is not guilty after watching that video, then they're clearly not voting. They're clearly voting the same way that they did back in February, when they didn't even want to listen to witnesses or anything like that. They just had their minds made up before they even sat down to listen to any of the impeachment managers or whatever the fuck they're called.
If I'm in Texas, I am showing that video on a loop. If I'm the guy that's going to primary Ted Cruz or the Democrat in the general after that, I'm just going to show that over and over and over, how the fucking insurgents, all those people thought that they were there advocating your beliefs. That would be my campaign ad over and over and over. If George W. Bush was telling his dad to talk about Willie fucking Horton, then we can use this against them, because that's we can acknowledge what they've really done and what they really supported instead of scaring them over race.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, this is reality. This isn't some kind of innuendo about some guy that just got out of fucking jail early and could rape your white kid.
Right.
But it's funny though, like George W. Bush, who I liked, by the way. I thought he was a shitty president, but I liked him as a person. I liked John McCain. I liked Mitt Romney. So I wasn't anti-Republican, and had Barack lost again, truth, I did not vote for Al Gore. I did not like Al Gore. I did vote for W. Bush. So I should have voted for Ralph Nader, but that's who I really wanted to vote for. But again, I was like, well, I'm throwing away my vote, that bullshit. Because the truth is, if a third-party candidate could get 5 million votes, then they would have to be seated at the next election in the debates and get federal funding. So a third party, if they could get a significant amount of votes, could change the country. Mm-hmm. But my point is, those Republicans back then didn't seem so dangerous, even though maybe they were, because they were wanting to get into Iraq for no matter what. But that's a different story. My point is, at least, like, even Karl Rove is criticizing Donald Trump. Like, George W. Bush is going there for Biden. Mm-hmm. He's going to be there for Biden. Mitt Romney is against Donald Trump. John McCain was against Donald Trump. So the standard bearers for the Republican Party were all against this guy, with the exception of Mitch McConnell, because he was the majority leader. He wanted power, so he would capitulate to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But all the real Republicans that still cared about their country, whether that we disagreed with them on their politics, there's no doubt that John McCain was a fucking hero. He was in a cage for 5 years. Mm-hmm. The guy cared about his country, and had he won in 2008, we wouldn't have been like afraid of what he was doing. Remember he criticized that lady for saying that Barack was a terrorist and there was a Muslim, and like, he wouldn't allow this shit to go on. So what I'm trying to say is there a way for the Republican Party to kind of go back to that? Do they repudiate Trump now? Do they vote him out, even though it's technically going to be after? But I will point out once more, for people that don't remember, when Bill Clinton was impeached, I get it was over perjury, but essentially it was because they went after him over the blowjob scandal. It's not like Monica Lewinsky came out and complained.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Linda Tripp bitch. It was leaking the stories. God rest her soul, I guess, even though I'm not a religious person. But they impeached him, and then the next Congress came in and did his, because it was in January when they did his trial. So he was impeached in late 98, and the actual trial in the Senate was by another branch of Congress in the Senate in 1999. So that's not unprecedented, like in the sense that, oh, well, how's this work? He was impeached when he was president, and now Biden's president. Well, that again, it's not the same, but it is similar. That it's a different set of people that would be doing it.
Yeah.
And they had no quarrels back in 99, by the way. None. They wanted him out over a fucking blowjob. And he wasn't advocating the violent overthrow of the government. It baffles me. I fight with my brother-in-law nonstop, who was a good guy, a legitimate good guy that got radicalized by watching Fox News, and he won't admit it, but I think he would renounce Jesus Christ for Donald Trump.
That is the scary thing is this propaganda that Trump through social media and these TV stations and radio stations, this conservative funded media, they've done such an exceptional job of creating this alternative reality. It's really, really fucked up. Hey,
I got one more thing in case you're going to switch topics, please.
Go ahead.
Something that's so important for me to say, because it's something I argue with here with Republicans. And again, I'm in a red state. So I assume everybody here, for the most part, is going to support Donald Trump. But the people that I talk to, I say, because immediately, as soon as we start talking facts, they immediately say, well, what about Antifa? What about Black Lives Matter? What about Hillary Clinton? It's always what about. And I want to point out, even if all these crazy conspiracies that they have were true, let's just say Hillary was responsible for a child fucking, selling kids in the back of a pizza parlor, which is fucking crazy. But let's just say that it was true for just a second. That is independent of this. You can't go to court, be charged with a crime, whether it be murder or rape, and say, well, what about all the other rapists out there? What about all the other murderers out there? That's not relevant. This is about you. That can't be your criminal defense nor your moral defense to point out what about others. And that's what they do. That's how they deflect it. What about Antifa? What about this? What about that? What about your shit? What about what happened January 6th? What about that? Don't deflect it with talking about other things, but that's what they do. They put their fucking heads in the sand like an ostrich and just bury it. And then they don't want to address what happened except what about that? What about that? What about that? And like I said, that's not a criminal defense. That's not a criminal defense, nor is it a moral defense. And these are supposed to be the morality police, remember? There's some, how is it? Now, I don't want to offend anybody. And I'm not trying to take a shot at religion because full disclosure, I'm agnostic. But how is it so many people that are Christian are the ones that support this shit? I mean, how can you be the Christian person and be like, I'm okay with grabbing by the pussy? I'm okay with, you could go through all the litany of, I'm okay with him making fun of disabled people. Well, I thought you were a supporter of Jesus Christ. The way I understood Jesus, he liked to hang out with the poor people and advocate for the poor people. Like, he's not sitting around making fun of disabled people. Like, could you imagine if Bill Clinton was the one sleeping with porn stars and taking money to pay them off their silence? Could you imagine if Barack Obama was fucking a white woman in the White House? Oh my God. These are things they would lose their fucking minds over. But again, you can't be surprised when going back to 2011, 12, Trump was like, I'm going to send my men to find the evidence that he's a Muslim. He's going to go find his birth certificate and prove that he wasn't real. And so this motherfucker's been doing this shit for 10 years now in preparation for his run. And I don't know how it ends. I don't know, because they're still going to say Biden isn't the real president at 12 Eastern, 11 Central on Wednesday. They're going to claim that he's illegitimate because of Donald Trump. And it's his fault. If he'd have just put the guy over and said, you know what? I don't like that I lost, but hey, looks like I did. I'll see you again in 4 years.
Adeptus wants to know from you, but he says, yeah, Dan, but when you minimize or ignore Antifa, you're letting the righties feel persecuted. He adds, there's no consistency from either side. Both are hypocrites and spend more time pointing out flaws on the other side and ignoring their own faults.
My response to that is as follows. Didn't want to be on the record as saying, but I would. Let's put this out there again. The last time I spoke with Phil, I was praising him for the show that you all did. And I said that I would like to have been on it. And he took so great offense to that. I won't say anything else about it because he's not here to defend himself. But what I would have said in those given times is, I have friends that are policemen, so I don't think all policemen are racist. I don't think all policemen are bad, but I don't advocate the looting and the violence and burning and things like that at all. However, I don't think that is what Black Lives Matter was encouraging in any sense of the word. But I think that the people on the right believe that. And if you go and pull up their website right now, Black Lives Matter, and see the things they're advocating, it's none of those things. And how is it we can immediately say Antifa was responsible for Donald Trump's bullshit on January 6th, even though he gave this great speech before, great being sarcastic, encouraging all this, and they still don't want to give him the responsibility of everything that happened. But you can't say that Antifa was the one at the Black Lives Matter situation creating the violence and exploiting that situation to make the Black Lives Matter people look bad, but you can use them to say they're making the right wingers look bad. I don't advocate the violence or looting on either side, period. And I don't think all law enforcement agents are racist. I don't think they all target black people, but that doesn't mean that doesn't happen.
Yeah, a lot of discussion on Antifa going on in the chat room, and that's a whole nother show. I would love to get into the details of who Antifa is. And
it's the right-wing boogeyman right now.
Yeah.
It used to be Muslims.
Right.
20 years ago, it was Muslims. Today, it's Antifa.
Right. I always tune into Fox News to get a little bit about what they're covering. Today, they were covering the caravans.
Oh my God, my brother-in-law sent me that. I said that too. I was like, oh, the caravan. What happened to that last one that you all were talking about?
That's right. I got into it with Mike North about that. Mike North was like, oh yeah, you don't care about the caravans. Wait till they start marching down your street. And I'm like, Mike, they're not going to be fucking marching. No caravans are going to come into the United States. They are stopped at the border. They go through a processing. It takes months for anyone in a caravan to be allowed into the country because of the way they go through the checking of the background checks and so forth. And only a small percentage, like 10% of the 8,000.
Especially during COVID.
Especially. So it is just more scare tactics. And I think that the conservative media has blown up the whole Antifa thing. Yes, they have committed acts of violence. Yes, they've, they're not the preferred way to deal with fascists. But guess what? They are an anti-fascist movement. They are trying to stop the same thing that happened in Europe, where fascism took over all of Europe for a decade. They're trying to do this to prevent the same thing here. And I don't agree with the ways. I would rather peacefully try to demonstrate and bring people facts and so forth.
But they didn't like peaceful protests when Colin Kaepernick was doing it.
Right.
Remember that?
Oh yeah, of course
they didn't. They did not like that. It was offensive. So they didn't like peaceful protests. They only like violent protests, because the same people that are criticizing Kaepernick 4 years ago are the same ones that are fucking at the Capitol now.
Right.
It's not the George W. Bush moderate Republican that was so appalled by Colin Kaepernick. It's the extremist.
Right. Adeptus, these caravans have been coming for years and years. It just hasn't been over the last 3, 4, 5 years and stuff. So Adeptus says that Mexico impeded because they have the caravans, because they have stricter border laws than the U.S. It was the U.S. that worked with Mexico to get those stricter border laws, and Trump deserves credit for that. And Barack Obama, who had more, who deported more Central Americans and Mexicans than any other president in history.
And Obama started the kids in cages bullshit. That happened on his watch.
Right. And he did that too. So, but.
And thumbs down for that, to him and to Donald Trump.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Monday, a few hours ago, was Martin Luther King Day. And I wanted to play something from his final speech. The following day he was murdered. I'm going to play a little of this.
In Memphis.
The promised land. I may not get there with you.
Haunting.
But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Pretty amazing.
It's terribly haunting. It's just, I mean, it's almost like, again, a Shakespearean tragedy in front of your eyes that he would say that and then hours later be killed in Memphis, Tennessee, after saying that, and nobody really was afraid of Dr. King until he spoke out against Vietnam. And then that's when he was a nuisance. I mean, the civil rights was one thing. And, racist down south or wherever they would be, I don't want to demonize the South, but that's primarily where they were, would have viewed him as an agitator or what have you. But no one was going to kill him until he talked about the biggest purveyor of violence being his own government, which is a great paraphrase quote, I think, from Dr. King. The guy advocated peace. The guy advocated... Like, unlike, I don't want to besmirch Malcolm X, but at least early on, he was always for violence and was very anti-white. You never get any of that shit from Dr. King. Never. Like, he always wanted peaceful integration. He didn't want any violence. He didn't want, he was like, if you listen to Walter Payton, like, Walter was in high school when desegregation hit, like his senior year or junior year. And because he was the stud of the team, as you can imagine, they basically used him as the poster boy to trying to help cool everything between the races. And he did that. And like Walter never talked bad about Mississippi, even with all the shit that he saw. I remember his dad died in a jail cell.
Yeah.
Because they thought he was drunk because he was black in the street and blah, blah, blah. But he was actually having a medical condition. And he died in a jail cell. But I don't want to get off on the rant. Dr. King's speech is just incredibly haunting to me. And I know that he's a symbol of hate for the right. And I don't know why, because the guy spoke out in favor of peace with them too. Like back then, the right wing would have been the John Birch Society. And he would have said that they deserve equal respect, the same as he was seeking for his people. Like he wouldn't have said that they were less than him in any way.
That's right.
All he wanted was equality. And I don't know why that should have never been controversial in any way.
And I read today that it was in the last 2 years of his life when he started speaking out against the Vietnam War and being much more vocal about the atrocities being committed by the U.S. government, that all of a sudden liberals were like, what the fuck, dude? We gave you civil rights. Now, why are you bad-mouthing everything else that America stands for? And he was, at the time of his death, during those last 2 years, he was considered one of the most hated men in America. And his daughter tweeted about that today. Unfortunately, I don't have the tweet in front of me, but she wanted to remind us that, people who are saying all these glowing, wonderful things about Martin Luther King, back then, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, Arizona lost the Super Bowl once, if you recall, because they, as a state, wouldn't acknowledge Dr. King as holiday. And then they eventually capitulated, and then they got Super Bowl 30 out in Tempe, because that's where the Cardinals played back then at Sun Devil Stadium. But at first they lost their Super Bowl bid because they wouldn't even vote to have Dr. King's Day national holiday. The thing I always wanted, like I never really got into, I found it interesting that, and again, I'm not trying to get into conspiracy, but I did find it interesting that some members of King's family didn't think James Earl Ray was responsible for Martin Luther King's death. And I think that that's something I should be more educated on, and that this should be talked about more. Like if Dr. King's spouse didn't think that James Earl Ray was responsible and was convicted of this shit, I mean, there's got to be something more to it then.
I would love to see all of these classified files on the assassinations of MLK, JFK, RFK, all of those declassified. It's time that we delve into that and find out what the hell's going on. I think that the reason they're still classified is because there clearly was some government involvement in the assassinations of those people in some way, whether it's directly or indirectly. It's like, what's his name? James Comey. James Comey, the former FBI director, he's saying we should not try Donald Trump. We should just let it all go. We should. And somebody on Twitter, Sarah Kensendor, who has written a great book about tyranny, and she says the reason Comey doesn't want anything investigated is because people are going to find out all of the bullshit things that he did wrong to allow Trump to get away with being elected president when he should have been investigated more thoroughly by the FBI for some of his wrongdoings prior to the election.
Comey was a Republican, and don't forget he helped Trump with his October surprise about Hillary, where she's back under investigation over these emails,
right? And so,
like a week before the election, and then Trump turned on him. So like he's turned on hell. There was a report last week at the end of the week, I think it was on Friday, that he told Giuliani that he wasn't going to pay him.
That's right.
He's turned on everybody. Except Jared Kushner and his daughter. He's turned on everybody.
There is a great interview of Donald Trump with Charlie Rose, and this is maybe 20 years ago, and they get into the topic of revenge, and Donald Trump freely admits and talks openly about it. I can dig it up if you want to hear it. Talks about that when he feels like he's been betrayed by somebody, he goes out of his way to get revenge. And kind of Charlie Rose kind of laughs it off. Oh, come on, he didn't really mean that. He goes, no, I absolutely mean it. If somebody betrays me in any way, I want to get revenge, and I will get revenge on them. But why do you feel that way, Donald? Well, because I am so loyal, he said, Donald Trump, to people that when I feel betrayed, I feel like I don't deserve it. And so I want to make sure that that I get revenge on them. And so we're seeing that now. We're seeing that anyone who disagrees with him, even his own family, apparently like Ivanka Trump was going to go to the inauguration because she feels like she still has a salvageable political career and she wanted to be there and show, but her dad said, if you go, you ain't gonna get a penny from me.
So, and Melania wouldn't let Joe Biden come over either.
That's right. Oh my gosh, isn't that crazy? Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'm ready to wrap up this discussion. You got anything final you want to say?
Well, I'm just curious. We don't know what's going to happen. Like, I hope that there's no more violence. I hope everything just goes smoothly on Wednesday. I don't know. I mean, you just never know what could happen. I on either side, I don't want anybody on the left, for example, to hurt the president, the current president either. Like, I don't advocate, political violence or assassinations or coups, and I just hope it goes smoothly. But I think that these people need to be held accountable because you can't, if nothing happens now, if we take the route that James Comey has been conveying that in his belief that we should, then what's going to stop this from happening again? The Supreme Court always uses the phrase a chilling effect when it talks about precedents or speaking about, well, this creates a chilling effect on A or B, basically saying, better because of A. or B, whatever we're talking about, you know that this or this is too restrictive and creates a chilling effect, so therefore it's not constitutional. Whatever. I'm just saying, but that's a phrase they use a lot. Well, you need to create a chilling effect here, so this can't happen again. So I don't know. I would like to see the president convicted in the Senate, so he can't run again. And then at the very least, bare minimum, the Ted Cruz's of the world or that asshole from Missouri with his big fucking white power fist. I hope that they at least get censured, but I don't think that's enough either.
I totally agree. Censure is definitely not enough. These guys, I mean, criminal offenses. Why are you going to slap them in the wrist? They deserve
Well, I know,
jail
but
time.
something has to be documented that they were a part of it, and that they were involved. That something has to happen. Like, you can't just sweep it under the rug, and that's what all these Republicans now are calling for unity, which is so disingenuous. But you can't just sweep it out. You have to have, these are the law and order people, remember?
Yeah, right.
So what happened to law and order? This was an attempt to overthrow the government that you allegedly beat your dick to and have your American flags everywhere, which is fine. But they literally tried to overthrow your government.
It's pretty simple. 70 plus million votes, and the guy still has, even after the event at the Capitol building, he still has over a 70% approval rating from Republicans. They don't want to upset that base. They want to they want to nurture them for the next election. Well,
he put his hand on the Bible to defend the Constitution.
They don't give a shit about that. Mitch McConnell put his hand on the Bible too, and look at what he's done over the years.
But I'm talking about the average voter.
Oh yeah, okay.
The average voter supposedly cares about their country and they're patriotic. And I don't think that every Republican here, for example, or in other red states, I don't think that every Republican really advocates what happened there, even if they don't have the temerity to criticize the president. I don't think that every Republican is a bad person, is what I'm trying to say. But you can't just be silent when they try to overthrow your Constitution and your government. I don't mean like you got to go out and be violent, but you can't allow it. You can't just defend it. You can't. It has to be stopped. You know, like it needs to be repudiated. It needs to be in the history books what this was. You know, for years, again, this is a different topic. I'm not veering it that way, but for years, kids were told that Lee Oswald killed the president and he didn't. And the fucking evidence shows it, the eyewitnesses, everything. We could go 5 hours on that. But in the history books, that's the lie that was told and propagated. So what I'm saying is they can't allow a false narrative to be presented on what this is. This has to be called out for what it was.
What do you think about what do you think about what Dwayne Corey, our good friend Dwayne, who just got home and tuned in? He asked, where'd it go? Need to do what Ford did, pardon Donald Trump and make him go away.
Well, again, that's a different topic. I would tell you that Nixon basically had Ford's arm behind his back and forced that. But that's a different topic altogether. I don't know if Donald Trump goes away, especially if he's pardoned. If he's pardoned, that absolves him from all responsibility of what happened. And that's what I'm saying. He needs to be held accountable. And if this were me, if this were you, and he's going to be a private citizen in less than 2 days, we would be charged. I know he's got immunity right now because he's the president, but he literally instigated a coup attempt at our Capitol. I don't know why that's not a slam dunk. At least charges should be pulled up. I mean, again, he should have an attorney. He should be able to defend himself, to argue that he's not guilty. I'm good for all of that. But I don't know how that doesn't bring about criminal charges.
Mm-hmm.
This is Civil War shit. And this is exactly what I was referencing earlier when you said the night before the election you were worried about this kind of stuff happening. Now, again, you didn't call out specificity. You couldn't. Who could have envisioned an attack at the Capitol? Nobody.
Mm.
But you thought that it could lead to violence of some sort, and you were obviously right. So I don't want to disagree. Or he could be right. Maybe that's what my opinion is. Just my opinion. And I'm certainly not saying that gentleman is wrong. in any way. I just don't think that the pardon solves anything.
I'm with you. I want to see justice, and a pardon for Donald Trump is just not enough. Not for that offense. Let's leave it at that.
Do you think he pardons himself?
No, I don't think so. It's expected that later today, on Tuesday, as we're recording this, 1:30 a.m. Central, it's expected that he is going to announce the pardons of over 100 people.
Well, Bill Clinton did that too. Let's be fair.
Oh yeah, that happens every presidency. I think Barack Obama had one of the least amount of pardons, but he and many of Barack's were controversial. As you know, we'll see controversial ones from Trump later today. But it's been reported by a couple of news agencies that he has not discussed pardoning himself with attorneys over the last 48 hours. So it's not expected that his name or the names of family members will be on that list. I think one pundit was saying that he's trying to ingratiate himself with the people who are going to be running the impeachment trial. So he feels like if he gives himself a pardon, that's probably he will end up being convicted. So perhaps that's what's going on. I don't know.
Do you think Mitch McConnell will vote to convict him or no?
I do. I think that Mitch is seeing that as a way of transforming the Republican Party back to the party that it was before, which is the money-making party for corporations, followed closely by the Democratic Party.
Yeah, his wife resigned.
Yes, she did. She said, I had enough of this, man. I almost got my ass kicked.
Maybe, I don't know what that means, but maybe that means Mitch does vote to convict. But it wouldn't surprise me if he let me down again, like he always does, you know, and just sides with Trump. He just seems to always side with, regardless of how egregious something is. But, you know, he did call it an insurrection when they got back into the Capitol.
Yes.
Later that night. So he gave a good speech. Mike Pence gave a tremendous speech when he came back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Pence did. I don't know if you watched it. I was watching it live.
Oh my gosh, I was riveted by the whole thing.
Yeah, like Pence was awesome, and he stood up for what he knew was right. So give Mike Pence, you know, all the credit in the world on that. Given all the pressure that he was receiving, and obviously death threats. Now he didn't go and do the 25th Amendment, which on the left we would have liked to at least attempted, but at least he stood up when history was watching, when he had his call to glory. He may not have wanted to, but he did what was right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm worried there's going to be more violence, and my biggest fear is that nothing will happen. That everyone, like the Ted Cruz's and the guy from Missouri, and like the lady with the tours, like none of them are held to account. Do you? I know you wanted to go. So, do you think that real quick that the accountability for any of these people mean either charges or they're somehow disbarred or kicked out of Congress? Or
I think so. Before I finish my opinion on that, I just want to say to Dwayne Corey, who just stopped in and says he's going to listen to the podcast later, I want to say thank you, Dwayne, for the lovely gift that you sent, for your appreciation for what we do. Dan and I want to have you on. We can talk politics, football, whatever you want to talk about. We'll pick out a date for the near future. And that invitation also goes for the rest of you guys. Dan and I are going to be doing this show throughout the next several months. Who knows how long? And we'd love to have you guys on and chit chat a little bit, and not just do the
even if we disagree.
Absolutely.
Like, I will never tell you that your opinion is stupid, or even if we disagree. Like I said, I will not argue or shout you down. I'm not going to be Bill O'Reilly muting your mic, or, you know, you can have a peaceful decorum even if, you know, you think I'm a fool.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Like, so don't think that, well, I'm not a leftist, so I can't talk to those guys.
Right. We have to get to a point in this country where the left can talk to the right in a civil manner. That's what is great about this country, is that we're able to do that. And but the thing is
but
that
the right views civility as weakness.
Right.
You know,
we have to.
Trump people do.
What is really important here is that we all have to be talking from the same sense of reality. There's just so much misinformation out there, and so we all have to agree that if you're going to come on here and present news from OAN, then I'm going to politely tell you that is propaganda. It's not real news. And if you're going to tell me, well, the New York Times is propaganda, I'm going to respectfully disagree. It's not propaganda. New York Times has a liberal editorial board, but they're reporting on news events.
They didn't even support Bernie, though. They didn't advocate Bernie. They went for the girl from Minnesota, the woman from Minnesota. What's her name? Klobuchar.
Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, and she's obviously a corporate Democrat. So they had a chance to be quote unquote liberal, and the paper didn't even endorse Bernie.
Right.
They endorsed Amy Klobuchar.
And it was the New York Times that uncovered the Hillary email scandal and stayed on it. And a lot of liberals will say, well, you guys focus so much on the Hillary email thing, which really wasn't a big deal, that you didn't do any investigative reporting on Donald Trump. And so anyway, be that as it may, Adeptus here is saying that's not true, Dan. The right doesn't view civility as weakness. You want to?
I respectfully disagree, because I saw the things they were saying. Again, it's all about force and not being a pussy. But again, that's just my opinion. Then I won't present it as fact. And maybe you're right. That gives me some hope then, if the right can view civility as not being weak.
And then he goes on to say, at least not the intellectual right. And I would agree with him on that.
I want to agree with him. And please don't think that I'm saying that Republicans are uneducated or uninformed or stupid. I'm not. But I feel like at least to paraphrase Richard Nixon, they are the quote unquote silent majority now then, or maybe the silent minority in this case, because the majority of the people are like Trump's Jim Jones Kool-Aid drinkers. They just espouse everything he says, and they just go along with everything he says and does as fact.
Mm-hmm.
And people that you know that are smart, people that you know that have degrees, and you know that they still will die on the sword for this guy no matter what he says or does. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
It is unbelievable. All right, let's wrap things up. You have any shout outs or anything you want to mention before we close the doors?
How about yourself when I ponder?
Sure. I wanted to thank Dwayne for the nice gift that he sent, and he's always sending me messages showing his appreciation for what we do here. And so lots of thanks. And then on Wednesday, I hope that all of us can get together and watch the inauguration. And whether we support Joe Biden's political beliefs and policies or not, we should all respect the moment and act like true Americans and participate in the peaceful transfer of power with our words and our actions, whatever they may be. I certainly don't agree with Joe Biden. I was not. I'm a liberal Democrat, and so he's far from advocating for the policies that I want. But at the same time, he won this election fair and square. And when Donald Trump won it fair and square, despite the fact that I despised the man, I tried to be very respectful, calling him Mr. President and so forth. But unfortunately, his presidency devolved into what was clearly a fascistic authoritarian rule of the country, and so it was very difficult to be respectful of him, although I still try to be. But I'm just asking everyone to please do what they can to improve the civility in this country. So, and
he lost me at Charlottesville, if you don't mind me saying, real quick, and I'll shut up. I was at a Guns N' Roses concert that night.
Oh, you were?
And they, the band Live, which was a 90s band, opened for them. Live did 60 minutes and Guns N' Roses did 3 hours. Mm-hmm. And so I got back to the hotel. I was at the campus of Wake Forest University. And I got back at the hotel. You know, you start to open a couple beers first and you talk about the concert. So maybe 30 minutes after the show was over, I'm just sitting back and drinking a beer. I don't know anything that's going on in Charlottesville that night. Nothing. And I got on my Twitter and just was like, what the fuck? You know, and he defended that. He said they're good guys on that side. They're good guys on both. That's when he lost me.
Yeah.
I tried, like you said, I tried to say, well, don't be so blinded that, you know, don't don't be an asshole and be blind to his achievements and the good things that he does. But he lost me at the Nazi Charlottesville thing. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Adepta says, LOL, I saw live in concert when he was 11 years old. All right. That's all I want to say. And again, I appreciate everybody that tunes in live. Having you guys in the chat room and helping to interact with us is always fun. And thank you for indulging us with our political points of view. And sometimes I feel a little weird about doing it because Dan and I have a lot of similar political beliefs. And so we'd love to have somebody who's more conservative and have you on. So anybody that wants to do that, reach out to me. The Twitter feed is the best way to reach out to me, and that's at Bears Barroom, or you can send me an email, Aldo, ALDO, at bearsbarroom.com. Reach out to me and we'll get it done. And George, if you want to come on and talk Senior Bowl next week or something like that, we're scheduled to be back on Monday. So if you wake up in the morning, we'll probably be on. So let us come on and give us a Senior Bowl report. That'd be cool. All right. I'll turn it over to you, Dan, and then we'll close the show.
Well, let me just say, one of the reasons I like talking politics with you isn't just so I can hear an echo chamber. I full disclosure, it is fun to feel like the other person is going to hear what I have to say and not just be ready to shout me down as being a communist or however they smear people here. But that's just it. I'm surrounded. I'm in a right-wing state. Like, I literally wouldn't have put an Obama sign out or a Bernie sign or a Joe Biden sign in my yard because I'd be afraid someone would burn down my house. Like, that's how volatile it is here.
Yeah.
And everybody here supports Donald Trump. I mean, I mean, very few, not even liberals, just Democrats here. Just, not even, I don't, like you were mentioning Joe Biden. Joe Biden pretty much is a Republican from 1990. He's W. Bush's dad.
He really is, yes.
He's Herbert Walker. He's George Herbert Walker Bush.
Yes.
Without the Iran-Contra, but
it's true.
Which he pardoned everybody for that. But okay, let's just move on. But he's like an old school Republican, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Like, again, I like Mitt Romney. I liked John McCain. I liked W. Bush. I didn't like the way he ran his administration, but at least, God, I didn't think he was capable of this radical stuff that's happening today. But that, I guess I'll leave the politics there. That's why I like talking to you, because I have very few people. It's the same reason I like to talk Bears with you, and the reason I was so attracted by your platform is because I'm surrounded by Steeler fans, and there's nothing wrong with them being Pittsburgh fans. We're moderately close to Pittsburgh, so that's fine. But I'm not a Steeler fan, so I'm not trying to say that their opinion of Pittsburgh, whatever, doesn't matter or whatever. I'm not a Steeler fan, so I kind of hadn't really no one to talk about these things too. The same thing with politics, so that's why I do like this forum on this show. And I'm just so afraid of being taken out of context or.
Yeah, don't be. I think, there's a lot of people out there who are looking to take people out of context and looking for arguments. And it is what it is. We can't make everybody happy with what we say or do. And once we accept that as human beings, it makes life a little bit more tolerable.
I guess that's true. I don't want, if anyone that does listen that disagrees with me on things, I thank you for listening in spite of that. And there's my shout out. And without saying, oh, he's a fool, fuck him. I do appreciate that, even if you disagree with me. And I, like I said, likewise, I'm not going to say you're an idiot, and I'm not going to accuse you of being a fascist if you're a Trump person. Now, again, if you're going to support the Capitol stuff, then that's fascism. That is what it is. But nonetheless, I shout out everybody that listens. I don't have access to the chat room the way Aldo does, so I don't see specific comments. So don't think that I'm not interested or that I don't care. I appreciate everyone that does respond to us and that listens. And so that's it. I guess I don't want to give you a big, warm, liberal bullshit answer, but I support everybody. I love everybody. Let's hug a tree. No, but I'm just saying, literally, I don't know who all is responding. And if you are, I thank you for that. The only people that interact with me specifically over the show typically, or that that gentleman that we were just talking about, what's his name, Dwayne?
Dwayne Court.
Yeah, he asked me about some books, and I gave him some answers. Like one was called Blood, Money, and Power, how LBJ killed JFK, and that was coming from Barr McClellan. His son was the press secretary for George W. Bush. Great book called JFK and the Unspeakable, Why He Died and Why It Matters. 6 Crises by Richard M. Nixon. Nixon's Secrets, The Rise, Fall, and Untold Truth About the Presidential Pardon. That is from Roger Stone, but it's a great book. The Arrogance of Power, The Secret World of Richard Nixon. Nixon Off the Record, His Candid Commentary on People, blah, blah, blah. Those are all books that I've referenced when we have spoken about Nixon, and I told him about those. So that was cool he was asking like what my sources were, So he's reached out to me, and Aaron has Mikulski. Did I say his name right?
Yes,
Mikulski. And of course Steve Zimmerman.
Zim, who wasn't in the live chat, but I'm sure he'll be listening to the show, and we'll catch up with him and have him back again real soon.
Yeah, he seems to like the longer shows because he says he has to drive around Colorado. One of his gigs, he'll be driving like 2 or 3 hours one way. So it's good for him to listen to, a long podcast, helps him get through driving. Because I told him real quick, I know we want to go.
Yeah.
Like my sister was a nurse. I had 2 sisters, one that died, but the one that's still alive, she was a nurse for 15 years, and she met this asshole that was a truck driver and talked her into quitting her job, which I told her was a fucking mistake. But maybe it's not, because she doesn't have to deal with COVID. COVID hadn't happened yet. And furthermore, she seems to make more money now than she did in the medical field. And she seems to be happy. But I was telling Zim, I was like, man, her job every week is to drive from West Virginia to North Carolina to get her rig, and to go from North Carolina to California and back.
Holy fuck.
Every week. She's gone 5.5 to 6 days a week. She's here she's here all day on Friday. So she gets back late Thursday night, like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Thursday night. She's here Friday. Saturday morning, she's gone driving again. I told Zim, I was like, I'd rather be fucking dead than do that. I would be so miserable.
Yeah.
I just fucking hate driving. Like, my wife lived in Virginia Beach, that's where she grew up. So when we were married, we drove back to see her people a lot. And that 6-hour drive from here to Virginia Beach, I mean, if I was the passenger, at least half of it was okay. But more often than not, her ass went to sleep, and I'd have to drive the whole time. And it was dreadful. I mean, I just hated it.
Yeah,
and like I'd always say to her, if I'm going to have to do the whole drive, let's at least do it in the sunshine, because I won't be so paranoid about deer and things like that. Like, let me at least drive during the day. We don't have to worry about fog and all these other ailments, but we'd always end up leaving at 7 p.m. and it'd be like fucking 3 a.m. when we get back, and I'd be so unhappy. At least I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Did you get any blow jobs or hand jobs on that trip?
Oh, fuck no. I mean, I was married, but even so, man, like, I'm just looking for the police thinking, okay, where can I drive 75, 80 at?
Oh, yeah.
In West Virginia, the interstate is 70. In Virginia, most places it's 65, and a lot of times it's 60.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and if you're 10 over in Virginia, that's reckless driving.
Oh, holy fuck.
Yeah, so I don't want to, in Virginia, I didn't want to fuck around with that too much. I was always looking for the police. So, yeah, I wouldn't want any head or anything. I would want to see what the hell's happening, So, yeah. And they have the reputation locally. It's a joke, but it's based, a stereotype is always based on some element of truth, even if it's exaggerated. In West Virginia, our state police have the reputation of, if you come here and fuck around, you'll get your ass beaten. You'll get fucked up. You'll get physically just destroyed. Jesus. If you go to Virginia, you'll just get a litany of goddamn tickets. You will be broke the rest of your life. The police there will write you 12 tickets in one sitting. Over here, they'll just punch you like 12 times. That's the reputation. Not saying that's true, but that's kind of the reputation between the state troopers here versus Virginia.
Wow.
And I'm on the border of both. So, like I said, I'm right at the Virginia border and West Virginia line. So that's why I won with the high school sports coverage in Virginia and West Virginia, because I covered both, because we're on the border of both states, like for the high schools. So, I mean, I could cover 10, 15 Virginia schools on any given night, and the same for West Virginia. and be doing 30 schools, but all of them are considered local, even though they cross state lines. So,
well, congratulations on your latest awards.
Thank you. I'm about to work on, because for disclosure, all those were from the 2019 season, and you submitted them in 2020, and then you won. The West Virginia ones have to be submitted this year for by February 15th. So I've got to get started on that again and see if I can win this year. I don't know what Virginia's going to do because they didn't have football. Like, they're supposed to play in the spring because of COVID. I don't know if that's happening or not. They didn't play in the fall. So, and then West Virginia got canceled on the championship games. Literally, they had the three. We only have single, double, and triple A,
right?
And all three of them were canceled because each one of the schools in each game had COVID problems. So they had to award, just by forfeit, all three of the title games.
Well, make sure you bring in your reel, your nomination reel. We'd love to hear it and share.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I got to come up with that. I've got till February 15th to be proud of it and edit it. But I'll definitely, if I'm happy with it, I'll share it with you, and hopefully I can, can win again. Not, out of, well, maybe it is ego. I don't know. I know we're wrapping this up, but I put like 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, whatever it is, of prep in during the week, reading all the newspapers I can from each team, each school, what they did before, who they're playing next week, who their coach was, what happened in the last game, the game before that, and that's before I even cracked the mic on Friday night. And on Friday night, I'm producing the game that we have, and in like my left ear, and in the right ear, I'm listening. Like, it's almost like Red Zone. I'll be going from one school on the internet to the other one, and then writing down what's happening, plus following Twitter, seeing if I can get updates that way, so I can get real-time updates and real stats. And I put a lot of work into it, is what I'm saying. And I don't have a staff. I don't have interns. It's just me. So I like that. I'm against, like, the 1 year I lost. Like I said, I've won 4 of the last 5 years. I lost to Kyle Wiggs. He works for Metro News. They carry the West Virginia games. He's got interns. He's got volunteers. He's got a staff. They carry the goddamn the biggest our school collegiately in their state. They carry it, and so I've beaten him. So there's a great deal of pride of being the little guy. Like I said, David taking on Goliath kind of thing, even if I am 6'5". So
absolutely.
Anyway, I digress. I'm tired of pounding on my own cock right here. Maybe I can go home and get a woman to do that.
Well, good luck with that. And if you capture any audio for next week's show, we'd love to hear that too.
There'll be no audio. No one wants to hear it.
How about a post-fuck interview?
I sent you one of those once.
I know. We'd love to hear it again.
Well, I don't know.
Logan, we're done with the politics. We're signing off. Logan left us 2 hours ago, and he just came back in and says, "What? We're still talking politics here?" No, Logan, we're done. We're done. And the show is done. And I want to thank Dan again for another marvelous 4.5 hour chat. And we'll be back here next Monday. We'll talk about the playoff games. We'll cover all the latest with the Chicago Bears, and I want to talk some movies next week, and hopefully we'll have some special guests as well. So
last one for you.
Okay.
Prediction. NFC Championship, AFC Championship. Where are you going?
It's definitely going to be the Green Bay Packers in the Super Bowl. Now, a lot depends with the Chiefs. Obviously, they're the favorite, but if Mahomes does not play, then I think it's going to be the Bills. Either way, it's going to be a close game. If Mahomes plays, Kansas City is going to win by 6 points or so. If Mahomes doesn't play, then I think the Bills are going to win by a touchdown, maybe 2.
My head says it's Green Bay and Kansas City. My heart roots for this. Buffalo gets in against Tampa Bay. Buffalo was like, to Tom Brady and to New England, Buffalo, that was their Green Bay Packers. They couldn't beat New England. Tom Brady's like 37-3 versus Buffalo. No exaggeration. It's something just, oh my God, imagine if that were us. I mean, it's pretty bad with Rodgers, but fuck, like 37-3. So the ultimate for the Buffalo Bills to finally win a Super Bowl and to beat Tom Brady.
I hate
this. It would be like us beating Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So that's what I hope happens. My head says it'll be Mahomes and Rodgers, but I hope that it's Brady and Josh Allen.
Yeah. I hate to say this because I know people will be critical of me, but fuck it. I can't think of another fan base outside of Chicago. I'm a Chicago Bears fan, and I wanted to win the Super Bowl more than I want to fucking breathe. But outside of Chicago, I can't think of a fan base that deserves a Super Bowl win more than the Buffalo Bills fans, given what they have gone through.
The Browns too.
The Browns too. That is correct. Definitely the Browns. And again, I would refer people to this movie called Buffalo 66. It really captures. It's this family. Every Sunday they get together and they put on this VHS tape of the Buffalo Super Bowl game where Norwood misses the field goal. They watch it every week, but they watch it like they don't know what the result of the game is going to be.
I do that with Bears playoff games. I do.
And so at the end, they live through this disappointment again for 24 hours, and then after the next week they start it again and they put the VHS tape in. It's hilarious.
They're so passionate. I mean, think about Tim Russert, literally on his political show. In 1993 was like, God, I don't talk about my personal life ever, but please let the Bills win in Pasadena today. Please. If Tim Russert would have lived, for one, he would have repudiated Donald Trump, but two, he may have had a Bills bar room.
That's right.
The guy was so passionate about the Bills, and they to lose all four of those Super Bowls. I mean, and they had the first one and the last one won.
Yeah.
The last one, they had a 13-6 lead in the third quarter. They were driving and we're about to go up 20-6. Thurman fumbles. James Washington takes it back for a touchdown. It's tied. The game's over. Because they all looked around like, oh God, here it goes again.
Yep.
And the game ended up being 30-13. So yeah, it was 13-6 Buffalo. They're driving, about to go up 20-6, and it's tied 13-all. They lose 30-13. So, and then, the year before in Pasadena, 9 turnovers. They lost 52-17. So, I mean, it's just, and then Norwood missed the field goal against the Giants. And then the next year, they lost to a team they should have beaten in Washington, 37-24. So, yeah, this just, it's tragic. So I would love to see them win the Super Bowl. And the same thing with Cleveland because of Biner fumbling and the drive and, Elway keeping them out. And I love John Elway, but I mean, God, man, Elway kept them out. They beat them 3 times in the AFC Championship.
Right.
So
if the Bills get into the Super Bowl versus the Green Bay Packers, oh my gosh, that's going to be for me one of the most anticipated Super Bowls because I will be praying that the Bills beat the Packers for 24 hours straight. I'll be asking God, please.
That's the way I felt when Denver beat them in Super Bowl 32.
Yeah.
I was like, God, please let Elway get a Super Bowl ring and don't let Favre get another one.
All right, I'm out of here.
Here's the last question.
Okay.
Who do you hate more, Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers?
I would say Brett Favre.
I would have said Favre because of all that shit on NFL Network every day. We're in Hattiesburg, Mississippi to see what Favre's going to play. I hated that shit. Scott Henson down in Mississippi. But Rodgers, the way the league shows him running in slow motion, the way everybody just sucks his dick constantly. He's won 1 Super Bowl. They want him to win another one. They want him to be their logo. That's how much they want him to win. So for that reason, I hate him more.
I just feel and I hate Aaron Rodgers. Let's make that perfectly clear. But I do appreciate that he is a fucking Jeopardy champion. Did you see him on Jeopardy?
Thankfully, I did not.
The motherfucker is awesome at Jeopardy, and they're talking about him being a guest host while they find the permanent Alex Trebek replacement. So he's actually going to host a Jeopardy episode or a week of episodes. And so when I saw him on Jeopardy, I was like, you know what? This motherfucker is smart and he's interesting too. But yeah,
no, he's not. He's an arrogant asshole.
He is.
Even his own family doesn't like him.
Well, you know what the story behind that is, and you will appreciate this, you being agnostic like I am, is that he apparently shared this information on a podcast about a year ago, less than a year ago. Is his family is very, very Christian. And they, as a child, they forced him to go to church and they forced him to believe. And as he got older, his belief in Christianity started to fade because he wanted
He got paid.
he wanted to open himself up to other forms of thinking and
sexuality.
and apparently that caused a rift in the family. They were upset with him that he kind of denounced his Christianity. And so that is what he kind of talked about on the podcast, although indirectly on how it affected his family. So,
don't make me try to like him. I'm not going to like him. Have a good night, Aldo. It was great. It's fun, man.
Always fun, brother. Take care now.
Well.